Madam Mayor, it is 6:05 and we are live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Tuesday, January 16th, 2024 regular commission meeting. Will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Betty Resch,
Here.
Vice Mayor Christopher McBoy,
Here.
Commissioner Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Kim Stokes,
Here.
Commissioner Ronaldo Diaz.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Malega will lead us in the moment of silence or invocation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As some of you may know or may not, unfortunately, we had another homicide 2 days ago in our city, 2 blocks from my home. And as somebody who's been personally affected by gun violence, I just want us to take a moment and pray for the victim's family. And may we just try to be mindful that we never know what other people are going through, and just live with kindness and forgiveness. Amen. Thank you.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Commissioner Malega has asked. Thank you. Commissioner Malega has asked, since we have so many bright young faces here today, that we move agenda B to A. And I don't believe Mr. Ferguson is here anyway, so it's a moot point. Any other changes or additions or deletions?
Motion to approve as amended.
Said, do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. All in favor?
Aye.
Great, thank you.
We can give that second to Vice Mayor McBoy.
Well, that's very generous of you. Okay. Tonight, this is very exciting, because one thing about us in Lake Worth, we love our children, and we love to see them do great things. And tonight, I have a lot of names to read. I'm going to ask, when I say your name, please stand up and come forward. And this is the certificates of achievement to the Lake Worth Beach Jaguars. They won the championship. The state. Why don't you tell them more?
So thank you to the Lake Worth Beach Jaguars. It is a rec team in our city of amazing volunteers, parents and volunteers who love on our kids and give our kids the stability of a great football team. This year in November, the 10U and 12U were our district champions. And I just thought that we should bring them in and we should celebrate them. These kids work hard, they get up early, they sweat extra long hours to be the best of the best, and they're very happy with our improvements to Memorial Field. So we just wanted to bring them in and congratulate them. And when she says your name, I think all the kids are like, am I in trouble?
Yeah, right. You're not being called to the principal's office. This is fun. Okay, I'm going to start with the 10 and under. Malik Saint-Fleur. And I have all the certificates. I'm going to give them to the adults, and the adults can pass them out. Yeah, thank you. Malik Saint-Fleur, is he here? Elijah Hall. Anderson Derville. Cameron Glover. Jerry Brinson Jr. All right, come on up. Ashford Monroe. Can you hear me? Is this working right? Okay, Ashford Monroe. Just face your folks. King McGrady. Zion Golden. Tommy Payne. Noah Evans. Landon Brown. Dominic Sanchez. Trayvon Street. Got a live one. Anai Shepherd Hall, Kingston Harris, Bryson Pantone, Javante Rogers, Arian Booker, Brock Buckner, Joshua Jean-Charles, yep. Kamari Jimerson, Jason Vasquez Jr., Yanjali Maguire Escobar, this is so cool. Okay, now 12 and under. Tenarius Davis, Leo Bosu, Jaden Thomas, Cornelius Brown, Frankie Francis, Xavier Montelis, Nelson Alcius Cervain, Brian Dorval, Kevin Ponce, Jaden Clemens, Enrico Servias, Justin Peterman, Logan Brown, Devinson Filiu, Josiah Barber, David Butler, Henry Golden, Danelison Falius, Deshaun Seraphine, Seraphine, Nija Harris, Jason Julcius, if I'm saying that right, and Judaical Fan. All right, let's give these kids a round. And let's have the adults up here. Let's have the adults. Okay, yeah, we'll stay up here. And let's get the adults that actually make this. Come on up, guys and ladies. Thank you so much. You're doing good. Really. Thank you so much for what you do for these kids. This is the kind of thing that makes children a success, right?
Let's get everybody in here.
Mr. Ferguson? Really? I love it. It's a lot of people.
Takes a lot to make it all work.
Hey, now, if you can't see the cameras, the cameras won't see you, so make sure you can see the camera.
A very exciting night.
It was difficult trying to organize all these kids to be able to come at one time.
Really?
Will, I appreciate it.
Really, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. And you guys do not have to stay for the whole meeting. You can go.
Our feelings will not be hurt. And thank you to and also one more thing, thank you to the parents that bring their kids. Really, it's a big job, and thank you very much. All right, we'll just wait for the kids to leave, and I see Mr. Ferguson is here? Yeah, okay.
The younger ones, I think it's the 8U, they were one game away from winning.
Oh. Just wait for everybody to settle down. All right. Edwin Ferguson is one of our school board members, and he's here tonight to give a presentation on his role with the school board.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Commission, City Manager. I'm Attorney Edwin Ferguson. I'm the District 7 rep.
Excuse me, the mic isn't on.
Okay, we gotta make sure that happens.
I got it.
We're gonna
The
get our,
mic's on, it's just the gentleman is quite tall.
Yeah. So as I was saying, I'm the school board member for District 7, which
Wait.
covers. Oh, I had it on and it went off. Okay. Can you stay on for me this time? Thanks. So I cover part of Lake Worth. So as you all know, last year I gave you a report on how the District 7 schools in Lake Worth were performing. So this is year 2, and I just want to give you all an update on how the schools performed last school year, 2022, 2023. Now, I was told that my presentation was sent so that we could.
I don't know that the clerk got it. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Ferguson,
Yes, ma'am.
I did email your office and asked for confirmation that you would be here and also for any PowerPoint, and I never heard back.
Huh, okay. So what I'll make sure happens is that this PowerPoint is sent to you all because I do a lot of town halls. In fact, we're doing one, I think it's the first ever. It's gonna be entirely in Spanish. It'll be on February 13th at South Grade, which is one of my elementary schools here. I'll focus on the early education piece. But anyway, I got off on that tangent. All my town halls have QR codes because I think it's imperative that the attendees are able to read and review everything that I'm representing. So I'll be sure, Madam Mayor, that this slide deck gets to you all tomorrow.
Right.
My system was out sick today, so I think that may have been what happened. So I apologize for that.
That's fine.
So I'll wing it as best I can. This is not as fun as it would have been.
Okay.
But in any event, it's really imperative that the residents get access to this information. I do have 3 asks of you. I just came from Delray, and I asked them the same 3 things. I'm going to make that request to you all as well. Kindergarten preparedness. I believe that the school district and city of Lake Worth Beach, city of Lake Worth Beach has to do a better job of collaboration to make sure that a greater number of our children are kindergarten ready. We know that children who start ahead tend to stay ahead. Children who start behind tend to stay behind based on the data. So we got to do a better job as governmental agencies working together to make sure our children are properly prepared for kindergarten. Also, paper. I'm going to talk about paper. It's a 24/7 tutorial program that apparently nobody knows about outside of the district. And I think it can be a game changer in terms of helping our children improve their proficiency in English, science, math, all the basic courses that a lot of times we see children struggle in. And then also the SAC. So most of our schools,
Oh, I didn't hear what
the student advisor, don't make me quote what the acronym
Well,
means,
just
but
what
it's the
is-
organization that most Title I schools have where you have a interaction between administration, concerned citizens, parents, and things of that nature. Our SACs are really poorly utilized at most schools across the county. And I do think that's one thing that we got to encourage parents and other concerned citizens to be more engaged in, because again, it's like the information is being siloed inside the schools and it's not getting to where it needs to be, which is the homes. So I'm asking for your help in that regard. I'm going to step off of my soapbox now and give you the data presentation. Also on February 8th, again, the first of its kind as well, we'll have an all Creole presentation on early education. It'll be at Village Academy, which is not too far from you all in Delray. So I'm going to send that flyer out to you all as well. And I ask any citizens who are more fluent in Creole maybe than English, I think this would be a game changer for them as well. Now, as far as my schools in Lake Worth, as I mentioned earlier, I only have 2. Barton Elementary and South Grade Elementary. And so what I asked staff to do was to give me updates on how those 2 schools are performing in relation to the district averages. They gave me Barton, they gave me South Grade, so good, they did do what I asked, great. So now the district average for kindergarten readiness is only 46%. So that means 54% of our kindergartners are not kindergarten ready. Well, you say, well, what does it mean to be kindergarten ready? Well, there's some basic things. Do you hold a pen with the alligator hands, as my little daughter used to say, or do you do it with a baseball grip? My name is Edwin, so E-D-W-I-N. My name is Mayor. I can recognize that's my first name. Do you know that's black, white, identification of colors, recitation of the alphabet? I believe it's counting from 1 to 100, but it may be a little bit less than that. But regardless of that, a large number of our children can't do those 5 or 6 things, and that's inexcusable to me as far as that goes. Having said that, the district average is only 46%. Barton Elementary, last year, kindergarten readiness score, 14%. South grade elementary, 9%. Now, just for continuation, when I spoke to you last year, I mentioned to you that Barton's kindergarten readiness score was 19%, so it dropped by 5 points, and South grade was 27%, so it dropped by a whole 18. Now, I have to be honest, I don't necessarily know the demographics of South grade. It may be more transitory, maybe families moving in, moving out, I'm not really sure. But regardless of that, 27% and 19% just simply is not going to cut it. And so again, I think it's imperative that the district does a better job of being a good partner with the city of Lake Worth Beach to make sure that you all know what I know so that you can help encourage more families to do a better job of preparing their children for kindergarten. Because again, those who start ahead tend to stay ahead. Those who start behind tend to stay behind. Now, to underscore that point, let's look at the English language art grades. So from 3rd grade through 5th grade, students are tested for proficiency. So a 3, 4, or 5 is deemed proficient. This is an oversimplification of it because it's not truly one-to-one, but for my little simple mind, if it's a 3, that's a C, a 4 is a B, a 5 is an A. So the district average in terms of ELA is at 49%. So half of our students are not even performing at a C or better. Here in Lake Worth, citywide, the ELA score is only 22%. Barton Elementary is at 20%, and South grade is at 32%. Now, last year, the citywide, you had 29% proficiency in ELA. Barton Elementary was at 23, and South grade was at 39. So clearly, we gotta do better. And again, there's a direct correlation between kindergarten readiness scores and these low scores. It happens throughout my district, in Riviera Beach all the way through Delray. You see a 20 or 30% kindergarten readiness score, you almost see a similar below 50 score for English language arts and science and math, because it makes sense. If you can't read, you really can't score well on the math test. It's not like it's just 2 + 2, it's normally in a word problem. You know, John bought 10 eggs on Monday, he used 2 on Tuesday, bought another 3 on Wednesday. How many eggs does he now have? I mean, you gotta read to get to that. Follow what I'm saying? And the same with science and the other things as well. And again, Madam Mayor, the presentation has a lot of these embedded links. These are like what they call Dolch words. So they're sight words that we expect kindergartners to have mastery of all the way through 5th grade. And if we can kind of normalize parents maybe taking 5 to 10 minutes a day with their children to go over these Dolch words, we'll see a lot of gains in the by and by, if you will, in terms of these proficiency scores. So it's imperative that I make sure staff get this to you tomorrow, and I apologize for not getting it to you previously. Now, in regard to our mathematics scores, district-wide, we're at 55%, so C or better, right? 3 or better. Here in Lake Worth, across all schools, 31% in last year, 2023. The year before was at 29%. Barton Elementary, for the school year ending in 2023, is at 34%. For the year ending in 2022, is at 27%. And then South grade actually is doing better than, frankly, the majority of the schools here in Lake Worth. They were at 41% for the year ending in 2023, and that was just a little dip from 42% the prior year. Work to be done, but again, comparatively speaking, South grade is doing better in math than its sister schools here in the city of Lake Worth Beach. Now, as far as science goes, the district average is at 51%. We have a lot of work to do, frankly, here in Lake Worth. Municipal, citywide, 24% for the year 2023, 20% for the year 2022. Barton is basically at 17% for the year 2023 and 2022. And South grade was at 36% last year, which was about a 9% jump from the prior year, 25%. But again, that's only 36% of our kids that are at 3 or better. We gotta work on that for sure. And I think the paper program, the 24/7 tutorial program, and getting more parents involved with the SAC, I know can help with these scores. These are all the cute, cool little different programs, and you guys can't see it right now, but I'll be sure to get that to you. Now, safety was also something I was really adamant about. In my first week on the job, that was the second thing that I had mentioned to Mr. Burke. One, we got to get a new community high school in Riviera Beach, but 2, we have to strengthen our schools, because we're just somebody's bad day from having a Stoneman Douglas here in Palm Beach County. So I really urge the superintendent and the chief of our police force to get metal detectors in our schools ASAP. So I'm happy to say that we have this pilot program. It's only in 4 schools right now: John I. Leonard, Palm Beach Lakes, Palm Beach Gardens, and Seminole Ridge, but it's been going really well. Thankfully, it's definitely served as a deterrent. There have been no firearms detected on school grounds, and I think that's important. I don't think that's, that's something, because we've had instances of guns and knives being on campus prior to the utilization of these metal detection devices. Now, the kids are still bringing their vape pens, and that's a problem because that can result in expulsion. So I definitely would encourage students to don't vape, but if you do vape, don't bring your vape pens to school, because it puts us in a really tough position under our rules and regulations. But in any event, the game plan is that we have these metal detection devices put at all high schools by the end of this year. I spoke with Mr. Burke, our superintendent, as of last week. He said that we should be on track for that. We should be. And then the plan would be in next school year to put them in all of our middle schools, and the following year in all of our elementary schools. So again, doing what we can do to help kind of ensure that the educational process is much safer than it currently is. So I applaud Mr. Burke and the Chief Mooney for what they've done thus far.
I had a
One
quick
other
question.
note, yes, ma'am.
Can you say, what did you say the punishment was for bringing a vape pen?
You can be expelled for bringing
Re-
vape pens on the campus.
Are you
yes.
gonna look into
So there's
that?
mitigation factors, but still the rules are the rules.
But can you change the rules?
I don't.
I think it goes, doesn't it go up to expel? I used to work for the school board I was the hearing person for that, and there were always sorts of levels of things.
I've been in a number of closed sessions, and it seems like it's expulsion, and you try to mitigate it down from a year to, say, a semester or something to that effect. So
It feels
Commissioner Stokes,
harsh.
I don't disagree.
We want our kids learning.
We do, but it's the same thing. Like, it's a zero tolerance on that. Guns, firearms, I don't equate them to be the same. So you
No.
and I are in agreement, but those are the current rules. But to that point, Commissioner, I'll speak with the superintendent tomorrow before our closed session to ask if there are any, what would be the mechanism for us to revise that? If it's not at a state level, then if it's at the district level, then can we not maybe modify that?
Yeah.
I'm in agreement with you.
Thank you, I appreciate
there.
it.
Now, as far as paper goes, it also has a voice notes feature, so that's really cool. So if you have a student who's, say, fluent in Creole or Spanish and not fluent in English, as it's been explained to me, they can use the voice note feature in their native language, and they can have communication with a tutor in Creole or Spanish about math, science, English, etc. So again, paper has been around for a number of years, but I'm pretty sure, by show of hands, have any of you heard of paper before tonight? Same thing in Delaware.
We have a teacher in the room.
Yeah, good. But that's part of the problem.
Hillary.
Yeah, we got to get this information out into the community. It can't stay housed in schools. That's not good. It's great that it's there, but you all, parents and concerned citizens, need to know about it just as much as I do, as far as that goes. So that's definitely something I'm going to take on to make sure that, at least in District 7 and hopefully throughout the county, more people know about the existence of paper and they actually use it. It's free. We've already paid for it. It's a great program, and it can help, because we have a lot of parents that are working 2 and 3 jobs, so maybe they really can't, study with their child at night, but we have this paper feature. A couple of other points, Madam Mayor, and I'll be out of your hair. Those children who are not reading at grade level, the state, parents have to apply for this with the state of Florida, but if you need additional reading materials, the state will send it to you free of charge on a monthly basis to your home. The way it was explained to me by the chief academic officer earlier today is, if you don't know whether you qualify for this New Worlds Reading Initiative, is what it's called, New Worlds Reading Initiative, just go to your school and ask them to verify whether your child satisfies the requirements for this program. But what the state is trying to do is trying to give a leg up to those students that are lagging behind with additional reading materials that are on their grade level that they can read to hopefully help push their reading level up. So what I'm saying is, you have 5th graders and 6th graders that are reading at the 2nd grade level. It's not looking too good for the home team in that
horrible.
regard. So there's more work that's required. So we're going to send them these books to help try to move them from a 2nd grade reading level to a 3rd, to a 4th, to a 5th, to hopefully on grade level.
Do you reach out into the homes? Do you actually talk to the parents and say, we've got to do this, we've got to help your kids? Does the school board do that?
School board wouldn't necessarily do that. That would be outside.
I mean, not
of-
you, school board, but this district.
My hope is that I can't represent for the 188 schools, but my hope is that the principals, the assistant principals, the guidance counselors, and the teachers are doing that. That's my hope. I can't speak definitively on that, Madam Mayor.
Are you aware that we have an education sort of committee here, that we have a representative going to each of the schools in our, in Lake Worth Beach? Do you
I
know
know
about
that you
that?
have an education foundation or committee. I've not had a chance to meet that person yet. I'd love to speak.
Well, it's a lot of them. There's one for each school.
Right there.
Well, the woman that's,
Stokes?
Commissioner
Yes.
Stokes, she
Okay,
started it,
great.
and then, but the folks that are actually going in,
Yeah.
there's as many as there are schools.
I
Erica
was unaware.
came in January, if you want to come February and be
To-
to the meeting here.
Sure,
Yeah,
just send me an email or whatever, and I'll be there. That's it. I wanted to make sure that you knew about the town halls in terms of Creole and Spanish. I think that's gonna be a game changer. But I don't have any other things to mention to you, but again, I'll make sure that you all get this so they can be disseminated amongst yourselves and the city at large.
I have a couple questions, and I
Yes,
see a
ma'am.
couple lights are just, if a child is expelled for a vape pen or gun or whatever, is homeschooling available to them?
If they choose, they can go to home.
Oh, okay, so they can keep up with their education even if they're not in the school?
They can try, yes, I
Well,
think it's best, yeah. Yes, the direct
Okay.
answer is yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes.
and I just want to thank the school board. We had a bit of a dramatic moment, tense moment last year when you were all redistricting the schools. And our high school is, we are a community school. Our kids go from our schools to our high school. And you voted, I went and spoke to the board, and you did vote to keep our community school, high school, and we very much appreciate that.
Oh, it's my
Thank
pleasure.
you. Yeah, I believe Ms. Malega was first, and we got to come move her along. but-
Thank-
I'm sorry for-
Over there. that-
Well, there's, well, okay, well, all right, then I think it doesn't matter go first. I don't, what difference does it
I'll
make?
be quick.
Yeah, really.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Mr. Ferguson. My concern, number one, when is the thing at South Grade for the Creo?
February the 8th.
That's at South Grade? I thought you
Let
said
me
that
ma-
one's Village
yeah, I think
Academy.
Village Academy is the 8th, and South Grade is the 13th.
and that's in Spanish, right?
That one will be in Spanish. And of
That's in
course, I left
Spanish.
my district phone in the car.
Of course you did.
Because we have many community partners that we
Sorry
can reach out to
Yeah.
make sure that they know about this.
Yes.
But my concern is that when I saw the capital improvement policies that you guys wrote for this year and where they're going to be investing money on the school board into the schools, I was really upset to see money going to Delray Beach's Atlantic High School and not to our high school. That high school is less than 20 years old. Ours is 100 years old. And I'm wondering, how do we as a commission and as a city advocate to make sure that we're at those conversations, that
That's
we,
what you
that
do.
we get some of that money? Because it's discerning to me that when I first came on board almost 3 years ago, I had to fight to get locks on doors and lights in the high school. And here I'm looking at these high schools that are less than 20 years old getting capital improvements already. It's upsetting, to say the least. So
Well,
how,
don't be upset. Just dialogue.
so I'm saying, so
Your voice
when
is the same.
when would you like us to be there? When, I mean, we have you guys come, we do what we can to keep our pulse on it. But
Yes.
when do you guys make those decisions? When do you start having that conversation?
Well, now is good because the budget will be approved for next year, later this year. Obviously, that's not saying much. It's January the 16th.
Right.
So, Madam Commissioner, I would just say just dialogue. Ms. Frederick, she's our CFO. Joe Sanchez is our COO. Mr. Burke, you obviously have access to Erica. She's
Yeah.
pretty much like the Lake Worth representative but she's not, but she lives here. And I'm here too. So anything that you need, any question that you have, feel free to contact me via email or phone. If I don't know the answer, which is gonna be most of the time, since I'm not staff, I'll reach out to staff to get you an answer in as timely a fashion as possible. But it really just comes down to advocacy.
So maybe we can just get a walkthrough with some of those people that you just said and have them walk through our high school and see for their own eyes why we need the money here.
Okay.
And why we need investment.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
send an email to boardoffice@palmbeachschools.org and make that request. I think that'll be the proper way to.
And could we check like last year's budget? Because I know they just had a lot of improvements in their bathrooms and they've had a lot of improvements recently.
Okay,
So
I
maybe-
can't speak to that. I won't represent that
Yeah.
I have every single line item. That's more like a CFO question.
Yeah.
But in all seriousness, if you send an email to that address, that'll help kind of kickstart this dialogue and discussion. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's go this way. Mr. McFoy?
Thank you. Thank you for coming and getting us up to speed. Some of what I'm going to ask is similar to Commissioner Malega's, that you talked a lot about kindergarten readiness, and clearly part of the implication is that parental involvement, family involvement is important.
Yes.
I agree, but, and we certainly are conscious of that here and have some degree of involvement The Guatemalan Maya Center does a lot to try to work both with the kids and the parents. There are early childhood programs, several schools here. But a question for you is, do you feel confident, as our representative, at least part of the area, that you are making sure, you personally and the other members of the board, that Lake Worth gets, a reasonable share of the resources? That's something that we'd have asked of you, is go to bat for us, make sure that we, at least on the resource side, are well equipped. And somewhat similar to the mayor's question, does the school board or the school district have any programs to actively involve parents prior to kindergarten?
So the slide deck that you weren't able to view has those resources that I was referring to. If you just peruse through them, you'll see there's a lot of value to be gained by using those.
I guess what I'm looking at is recognizing our demographics here, particularly at that younger age. You're going to need pretty active program. You're going to need staff that are working with that. Telling people go to this website, probably not going to get you very far. So if the school district is serious about pulling us up to at least the county averages, and the county averages weren't all that great, but ours are worse, what my question is can you be lobbying for staff that work with, and you made a very good point. If you start off at a disadvantage, that tends to hold for a long time. It's hard to catch up from it. So I would say, please lobby hard for resources, actual staff that work and are qualified to work with, language-wise, culture-wise, all that stuff, with parents and kids. I'll certainly look into the paper program. What do you think of Head Start?
We have Head Start programs and VPK programs. I'd like to finish to answer your question.
Sure.
So this is what I do. I don't think there's any board member who is out in the community as much as me from the standpoint of doing town halls, bringing the information to the masses versus saying, well, go to our website and what have you. So to that point, that's why it's imperative that we get as many people as possible at these upcoming early education town halls that I'm doing, one in Creole on the 8th in Delray, and I believe it's on the 13th at South Grade, because those various organizations that have the funding to, I believe, do what you're asking of me, Commissioner McVoy, will be there. So technically, I'm doing something that's outside of my duties. Doing town hall, speaking about early education from birth up through 5th grade, that's not the school district's purview. I just think as a good human being that we should make it our business to educate as many people as possible. So I'm doing this kind of on my own accord. So you and I are in agreement in that regard. So no, I don't think that, I know the district doesn't necessarily have the authority to first 1-year-old, 2-year-old, 3-year-old, 4-year-olds per se, educate them, but we can work in collaboration with those organizations that have been out here for years to try to create a synergy, if you will, for the betterment of Lake Worth Beach and the other cities in the county. So I believe if I'm hearing you correctly, you and I are on the same page, and I will continue to advocate for not just Lake Worth, but for all.
Keep
Thank
the
you.
advocate, and certainly, children's services, there are a number of programs that
Yes.
are Head Start.
DLC and
There's some other
others.
ones that help, but keep the
Yes.
support up for that.
Understood.
A very different question that's more further up into the educational part, for older students. What are you hearing from teachers, trying to keep a pulse on how teachers are doing, whether they're happy, they're not happy? What I'm tending to hear is people are very concerned whether there's a formal book ban or not, but there's kind of an atmosphere that makes teachers nervous about what book can I have in the room? Am I going to get into trouble if I say this, if I say that? What are you doing to help make sure that the atmosphere for teachers is as positive as possible to, obviously for the benefit of educating the kids?
Well, I only can speak for myself in that regard. Admittedly, that has not been one of my top priorities in this first year. I'm being honest with you there, as far as that goes. In District 7, I've not heard of a lot of issues with book banning. It may be just the demographics. You don't have a lot of parents coming in, so let me see this book, let me see that book, raising a fuss and kicking up a fuss. I only can be honest. So that hasn't been something that has been top of mind necessarily for me, but I have had several conversations over this first year and a half with Superintendent Burke. He and his chief academic officer, to name 2 people, assure me that there are no books being banned here in Palm Beach County. Now, there are some other people that would say different, but that's the extent of that's as deep as I can go with that answer right now.
Okay,
But I would hope
thank
that
you.
we're not, banning books. We have to follow the law. So let me first say that. We have to follow the law. Even if you think it's a bad law, then you'll need to, revise or amend the law at a later date and time. So I know that the district tries to follow the law to the full extent. But that's the best thing I can say about that right now. I'm sorry, I don't have a better answer for you.
Great, thank you, thank you. Mr. Diaz?
Yeah, I'll keep mine super short because I'd reiterate so many things that both my fellow commissioners said. But on top of that, I did want to, you said something that's really important. I think is just often never said enough, and that is the key that parent participation is really the key to bringing our kids back on track, and especially SAC meetings. I'm a regular attender to the South Grade SAC meeting. We have such a gem with Dr. Arce in that school, and the resources that are given to her and what she has pulled off with those testing scores is quite frankly a miracle. And parent participation in our SAC meetings are okay. There can always be better, obviously. And one of the things that I notice, and I'm pretty sure every school has a parent liaison. I don't know. I'm pretty sure they do. I know, David is at South Grade. He's a parent liaison. And one thing that really does help to keep that participation going, and this is maybe less of a request from you because I know the board is a little bit limited, but kind of spreading the word to anyone who's listening. One of the things that really helps are donations. So like, quite frankly, food gets people to meetings. So anytime there's every once in a while, I'll get a donation from like a food bank friend. Like recently, somebody gave me several, maybe 20 or 30 different cases of food, and I called David and I said, I know you have parents who need this, and he'll pass it on, and that's what gets parents in. And for the SAC meetings, things like gift cards to Key Foods grocery stores or a GAF gift card, even if it was like $5-10, that is so critical and helpful in getting parents to come to the SAC meetings, because it really is the main way to pass information. And I'm looking forward to this town hall too. So thank you so much for that. It's so needed.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Just wonder, does our school, when talking about, readiness for, kindergarten,
Yeah.
do we have VPK in our school districts?
Some schools have free K 4 and 3, but it's not uniform. In fact, the question was posed to me in Delray whether I support having statewide VPK. I do, because I think that will help kind of improve kindergarten readiness. In fact, I'll be in Tallahassee next week lobbying
Right. Oh, yeah.
some of our senators and reps about the possibility. I know some smaller states are doing it. Maryland is one that comes top of mind. But a state this large, I don't believe there's one in the US of A that's on our scale: Texas, California, New York, Illinois, that is doing it. But we really do need it.
Yeah, and it's really funny because, I have no children in the school system, but a young woman just started a citizen leadership committee at the high school
Yes.
to bring different members of the community, and I'm on that. We have a meeting tomorrow morning, and that's also just get the thought out into the community. Like, these kids need help. And how can we reach out to them? Thank you very much for coming. We really appreciate your time. Thank you so
Madam
much.
Mayor, for next year, I'm a numbers person, as you all can tell, but that may not necessarily be, your love language, so to say. So would you humor me between now and next year and kind of give me, like in advance, hey, can you give us
Questions?
information on something specific?
Sure.
Because this means a lot to me, but like I said, that may not necessarily kind of stoke your fires, and I want this to be an interactive and collaborative affair.
And your PowerPoint will be posted on our website, so people will have access to it.
Great.
Thank you so
for
much.
having me.
Have a great night.
everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Lockwood, you're up. We have such an amazing history in our town, and Stephen Lockwood is going to give us a presentation. He's the president of the Historical Society of Lake Worth, does an amazing amount, spends lots and lots of time on this, and is going to give us the Lake Worth Beach City Hall.
I thought the mayor and commissioners would be interested, at least one.
I'm sorry, could you speak into the mic?
I'm speaking into the mic.
Is it on?
Can we make sure the mic is on?
There's a green light.
Okay, green light, just should be on.
Push. It wasn't on. I thought the mayor and commission would be interested in at least one dimension of our ongoing research related in particular to the founding of the town of Lake Worth in 1912, and also to a lot of the original architecture, both areas that we're doing research now and will be producing material within the next few days. I'm gonna touch very briefly on the on the sequence of city halls or city hall-like functions in the city, starting with the clubhouse, which was the first public meeting place created by the city for itself, the first town hall that followed soon after. The elementary school, now the annex, which we all know was repurposed as City Hall in 1973. The present City Hall, which was built as a municipal auditorium in 1934, and then the repurposing of the auditorium into the current City Hall. So I'm going to touch on these things briefly. Just a reminder, the town of Lake Worth was a creation of private developers from Colorado, developing irrigated agriculture, and they gave town lots to anybody who bought an agricultural plot in the lands that they were draining, hoping for smallholder farming. Didn't work out the way they planned, and that's a story that we'll be telling. As part of the sales in the 1910-1912 era, they produced a city plan, which is very close to the core of the city we have today. They gave to the city land for the waterfront, for public buildings, schools, churches, clubs, and so on. And on that plan, the locations of those facilities were located. This is looking down Lucerne towards the lake in 1913. You can see what the landscape was like. The predecessor community of Jewel was long gone. This was virtually unsettled, marshland with scrub growth of various kinds. The clubhouse, before the city was incorporated, meetings and a place to get together to discuss affairs of a common interest, and there were a lot of clubs developing. Women's Club actually was the first and most important club, but Chamber of Commerce was important. They built the clubhouse before the city was incorporated using city labor and donated funds from the contract holders. Contract holders meant anybody, anywhere who had bought a farm tract with the Freetown lot, and of course, a lot of those contract holders were not in Lake Worth at the time. In fact, most of them weren't. One little mystery I can't solve is what the first water tower showed in the front was for, since there were no sewers or water pipes at the time when the picture was taken.
Do we know where that building was?
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, the clubhouse, that is on the site. Wait a minute.
There.
Going back. Oh, am I going the wrong way?
You're going the wrong way.
Sorry.
There we go.
Screwed up. Anyway, the clubhouse was on the site of the current city hall.
Okay.
In what was called Pioneer Park. And to raise money for the clubhouse, they called on donations from contract holders. The cost of the town hall was $7,500, which you multiply by 20 or 30 for today's equivalent. And it was designed by Lake Worth's premier architect, starting in this time, and who designed most of Lake Worth's major public buildings for the next 20 years, G. Sherman Childs. This is kind of what the town looked like, various views at the time in 1914. You can see in the upper right-hand corner, before the Power, Water, and Ice Company was developed, they were beginning to lay the water pipe. On the left-hand side, they had electricity, and those what we call telephone poles are actually for power, not for telephone service. And on the bottom is a view from west of the clubhouse, which is sort of the lower left center, and you can see the water tower down Lucerne towards the lake, and Dixie's on the other side of the clubhouse. At the time, of course, it was a 9-foot shell rock road. After the clubhouse was built and was used primarily for meetings, there was a need for fire, police, city administration. And so this is a picture of the first city hall. This picture actually was built in 1914. This picture was taken in 1921 when they added the 600-pound fire and church bell to the top of the structure. It's on the location of this first city hall is the southwest corner of Pioneer Park, behind and sort of to the south and west of where current city hall is, and this served as the principal city hall for 20 years. And notice, by the way, the landscaping. Pioneer Park, the blocks in which City Hall now stands, was a heavily landscaped park for 30 years. This is what this park, Pioneer Park, looked like with the clubhouse and the new city hall shown on the left before the bell tower was added. And you can see the beginning of the landscaping was designed and installed by the Palm Beach Farm Company, namely the developer's landscape architect, who also landscaped the waterfront, other public areas. And that's the kind of landscaping that developed over the next 10 years in Pioneer Park. That's a view in the sort of formal entrance of an arbor going through into the clubhouse from Dixie, the corner of Dixie and Lucerne. The City Hall Annex, as you may know, started as Lake Worth's second elementary school, 12-room schoolhouse built in 1914, designed by G. Sherman Childs, as in many of the other public buildings. It started as a school. It was damaged by fire and storm in 1928, rebuilt, and became, at that point, City Hall, taking over the functions that were in the old City Hall in Pioneer Park, which was later torn down. In the 30s, as the City Hall in the now annex began to be outmoded and outgrown, there was an interest in adding to municipal buildings. And the existing City Hall was not built as a city hall, but was built as a municipal auditorium. As most of you know, there was a two-story barrel vaulted 550-seat auditorium where we're probably standing on the floor of that auditorium. It was a Depression project. Lake Worth was in big trouble during the Depression, a lot of people out of work, and there was a struggle on the part of the city fathers to define a project which would attract federal and state money to Lake Worth to create jobs. 70% labor, 30% capital was the ratio they were trying to meet. And I have not been able to discover who thought of the idea of an auditorium, but it was a perfect project, fit all the criteria. It put a lot of people to work in the spring of 1933 in the depth of the Depression, and was a highly competitive project compared to other communities for federal and state money. It cost, by the way, $150,000 in dollars of that day, again, multiplied by 20 or 30, you can see what that might be. There are a few interesting facts. The picture of the City Hall shown on the right, if you look closely, you can see the band shell that was on the right. There was always a band shell in Lake Worth. That particular band shell, shortly after the City Hall was built in 33, 34, was moved to behind City Hall Annex, and then ultimately down to the waterfront. Band shells were very important. There were 2 or 3 concerts a week. There was a Lake Worth City band called the Marine Band. There was also the Ladies Kitchen Band that sometimes performed. Also, you can see on the lower left the shuffleboard courts that were in the 30s and 40s and through the 50s next to City Hall, replacing, by the way, the most popular sport for shuffleball, which was horseshoes. And you can see a picture in the upper left looking up in the 3rd story of this building, looking up to the remains of the barrel vault. That, of course, is City Hall today. And I hope this gives you sort of a brief insight into public buildings. And you can see, of course, the work of G. Sherman Childs, who developed a lot of the other public buildings in town. And we're developing a sort of a first, believe it or not, a first biography of Childs and his work. And we're in the process of completing a history of the founding of Lake Worth as the major private development that it was. And it's quite a lot of interesting things that we've uncovered. And by the way, Thursday evening, our monthly presentation and meeting, which we have in the gallery at the library. We have the renowned Palm Beach County and Boynton Beach historian Ginger Pedersen, that many of you may know, has written, just now produced a fiction about a murderous librarian in West Palm Beach Library, based on history but converted into fiction. And I strongly urge you to attend, because I think the meetings can be lots of fun. Glad to answer any questions.
And hopefully someday, 20, 30 years from now, if that long, we'll be in a new city hall and we can talk about this as the last city hall, because we really desperately need a functioning city hall at this point.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. I see a light on, Mr. Diaz.
Yeah, I just had a quick question, Steve. That none of that was Citizen Conservation Corps, right? None of that was CCC from.
No,
It's
the
all
City
city.
Hall, yes, it was a project of the,
Citizen Conservation Corps.
not
FDR
CC,
thing.
but one
Something-
of the other
One
alphabet
of them,
soups
yeah.
of the Roosevelt administration that passed money down to the state, from the state to the county.
Yeah.
Localities competed for funds. So it was a make-work project at a time when this city was was having a lot of problems with employment. I mean, there was tremendous unemployment for really 8 or 9 years. All the banks in Lake Worth failed. All 9 banks, or no banks here for a decade, for example.
And it's interesting when you had the newspaper articles up there. I mean, you know, the food bank ran out of money. There were people. I mean, it's nothing changes, does it? Mr. Mavoy.
I was curious, in one of your photos looking toward the lagoon, it looked to me like those are slash pines, a lot of them. Is that what you tend to see in a lot of the older?
Yes,
Early photos.
it was a mixed vegetation. The community of Jewel had sort of died out by about 1900. The homesteaders who were sprinkled around in the current town site had pretty much left the site by that time, and even their farmlands had regrown. So it took 6 months for a crew of surveyor cutters to lay out the city and the 7,000 agricultural tracts, which are what was actually being sold. As I said, the city lots were thrown in as a freebie
Right.
if you bought an agricultural
west.
lot. And the presumption was this was going to be an agricultural town of farmers. Didn't work out that very quickly. People found it was a nice place to live, and there was a lot of other things going on.
I live on one of those 25-foot lots. Well, I have a double lot. I've got 2 25-foot lots. Okay, anything else? Thank you so much. And please, Thursday night, what time on Thursday night at the library?
6:30, we're having a goodbye party for our Vice President, Marion Cohn, who many of you know,
Yeah.
who's leaving the area. So we have snacks and wine at 6:30, and the program begins at 7. I hope you'll all come.
Thank
At
you.
least stop in and say hello.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your ongoing work. I know that you are devoted to our history, and it's really
It's a
very much
fascinating
appreciated.
history.
We're a fascinating little town. Thank you so much. Up next, we have our quarterly CRA update by Miss Oliva, CRA Director. I always want to give an extra syllable in your name. Yeah, Olivia.
Okay, good evening. I'm going to jump right into it with the second slide here. There we go. First up is affordable housing. Wanted to just bring you up to date on our funding sources. Community project funding, we've received $1.3 million for that. We've also applied for the Pro Housing Grant with Riviera Beach that I told you about last time. We still haven't heard anything as of yet. Our partners include Community Land Trust, Habitat for Humanity, Community Partners, Adopt-A Family, and Neighborhood Renaissance. And I just wanted to also include the county here because a great deal of money comes from the SHIP home and rental assistance from the county. And over the years, we've probably brought in hundreds of thousands of county dollars into the city for affordable housing. Land purchase over the last 2 years is a total of 17. We just actually closed on another piece of property today. The summary breakdown for this, for home ownership, after this year, we'll have a total of 17 properties for home ownership. Most of those are under construction at this point or will be soon with our partners. For rentals, we have a total of 246, either under construction or in agreements with public-private partnerships. And you can see some of the pictures there. On the very right-hand side, under construction rental, that is the last one we bought, 121 North B. And that is with community partners, and they're currently getting prices on fixing that up. We're guessing that's going to be around $200,000 for that particular property. As far as public-private partnerships are concerned, up in the left-hand corner, you'll see a rendering for the Perch, which will be 18 units up at the Circle. To the right, you'll see Madison Terrace, that's 176, which is the local LIHTC project. I'll get more into that in a little bit. CRA purchased some properties, and we are building Village Flats, that's 28 units down on your left. They should be in for permitting very, very soon. And Sky Garden, which is to your right there. And Sky Garden is actually the one on the right-hand side, built by Conton Architect. 1213 Lake Avenue, this has been a project that's taken more time than I really want to say at this point. Unfortunately, once we finally were able to buy it, after a really long time of trying to purchase it over and over again and being turned down, the COVID hit, and then, of course, we had problems getting labor. Our first contractor didn't work out. Needless to say, we are almost complete, as you can see by the picture, and we are waiting for Path to College to come and move in. Path to College will be taking up the entire building and providing free services for youth mentoring and academic enrichment programs for Lake Worth children. The rehabilitation of this particular project was funded by the CRA, some solid waste grants, and also a local foundation. This is some pictures, if you've traveled down on North Dixie lately, of Deco Green. It's finally under construction, 125 units, 8,000 square feet of retail, a little bit of office. These will be market rate units. This is a little bit more about Madison Terrace. They received, like I said, their LIHTC project, LIHTC tax credits. It's going to be located at 821 South Dixie. They're for individuals 55 and older making less than 120% of area median income. Phase 1 is 91 units, phase 2 is 85 units. And they are seeking other funding currently, because a lot of these units will actually be for what we consider very low income units, which would be for people making less than $20,000 a year.
And they're pet friendly.
So did you say they got the
Yeah.
tax
They
credits?
did,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, for
Yes.
first phase.
I was hoping to have more of an update for you on the Thousand Lake Avenue, but unfortunately I didn't get it, and I didn't get through my 600 emails that I got this weekend. But this is a picture that we took in December, and some of the commissioners were there, and we had a tour with Vanilla Ice, or Mr. Van Winkle, and Bhavin Shah, who's the owner of this. The plan is to have a brewery restaurant on the first floor, and the second floor and a little bit of the third floor that's there will be an 80s museum. This is another project that kind of came before COVID and has kind of had a lot of setbacks, and we're hoping that it finally takes off rather quickly. These are some of our marketing things. We partner with Sun Sentinel to reach a bigger audience and kind of a different audience than we're used to. Between the e-blasts, the digital magazine, and the Weekender section, we reach about 1.6 million people, which is considerable. These are some of our ads here, as well as some of our Christmas materials that we had, trying to attract people to the area and specifically to businesses in Lake Worth. We also have on our YouTube channel, the latest video we did was Sierra Madre Tortilla Company. To date, we have 12 videos on businesses that are in the city. And we are also now working on 2 more videos. One will be kind of an all-encompassing, come to Lake Worth, here's our city and how great it is. And then another one on specifically the arts in Lake Worth. Some small business resources. One of the things that we did this past Christmas and had done the previous year was a holiday window decorating contest. And what we do for the winners is we give them a credit to their electric account, so we know the money stays here in Lake Worth Beach. But everybody is very happy about that. Next, we have Small Business Saturday. We do this every year. We have giveaways. We highlight specials that are at our downtown and some of our other businesses on Dixie Highway. We also do ads and publications, and we have people walk through the city and in other places giving out information on Lake Worth. This particular ad is also in the Sun Sentinel and some of the other publications that we do. Again, small business resources. We just had the grand opening of the Scratch Kitchen for Matthews Brewery. I think it was last Friday. So, time is just, yeah.
Means nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, great addition to our city, and hopefully we can bring a lot more smaller businesses along that particular area, especially of Dixie Highway. I'm now going to jump to events at the Hatch. We have a new event. It's called Embark, and it's specifically by the Art Lofters, who moved into the Art Lofts probably between 2013 and 2015. These were the Art Lofts built with NSP money, specifically for artists live work on Lake and Lucerne Avenue. They're having a show over at Hatch between February 2nd and the 10th. And then we have, right following that, Art Wars on February 17th. You could probably see some of the names here, and you'll recognize some of the local artists there that will be presenting. And then finally, right after that, we have a capture show where we'll be doing a show just specifically on photography of things in Lake Worth. And the winners of that particular show will be shown here at City Hall.
When is that?
I don't know when the date is yet because we're just putting it out. Yeah.
Okay.
Grant programs, we offer facade grants, tenant improvement grants, public infrastructure grants, and signage grants. And this Thursday, we're having a free small business workshop over at Hatch at 10 o'clock for those of you who would like to attend. In the past, we've done a series with SBDC on capital and underwriting. We've had Florida Women's Business Center come and do a talk on business plans and loans that are available to small business. And our next one after the grant program will be Florida Rural Legal Services, that will talk about legal services that are available for free to people in the area. Since 2022, the CRA has awarded 20 small business grants for a total of over $350,000. They're matching grants, and they're paid after the work is already done. Some of the things here are Modern Auction House, I'm sure you know Herff Jones, Lilo's, Gifted Kids Therapy, and of course, Matthew's Scratch Kitchen. Day of the Dead. This last year was bigger and better than ever. We had about 4,500 attendees. We had over 5 different bands. We had 36 sponsors and 20 altars within Hatch. Those 36 sponsors paid for 100% of the event, as well as some grants that we were able to get from the state. So nobody's tax money is being spent on this event, but it is a wonderful event. We also do a window decorating contest with a Day of the Dead theme in downtown, try to bring people to the area. That was very successful this year as well. And I'm going to leave off with 2 developments that you're probably very familiar with, Allure and The One. They're right next to each other. They're the white buildings. They both received public infrastructure grants. One has 14 units. The other one, I think, has 11 units. These happen to be luxury condos, which is something that we usually don't do. Also, I just wanted to let you know that the funding of Circuit, we'll talk about that later in the evening tonight. And just as of today, we're partnering with the Transportation Planning Agency and Safe Kids to do a bicycle safety event on March 13th over at the Hatch. And that's all I have.
That's all you do? That's it? Commissioner Malega.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to the very thin skeleton staff over at the CRA for all that you guys do. Like the mayor just said, that's all you do. For the bike giveaway, I have some,
Bicycle
the
safety
bicycle
event?
safety, I'm sorry, what are you doing now?
We're not giving away bikes, but we are giving away bike helmets.
Okay.
We're giving away the safety bands that light up at night, and
Okay.
we're also giving away the tail lights that flash.
I knew you were giving something away, just not the whole bike. Okay. There is another project that I'd like to see if you could partner with that we tried to do about a year ago where there's a Safe Kids program where we can give away, every parent can get one, and it's a DNA kit, take a picture,
Right.
and it's to keep kids safer because we have so many kids that are running away and that may get captured into slavery. And it's something that I've been trying to get a good partner with. And unfortunately, you can only get one kit per email address. So I ended up printing out a good stack of how to get these, and I'd like to send them out and at least have you guys give them to the parents that come through.
Sure, we'll do something.
Mr. McBoy?
Thank you. Thank you for many of these things that you're doing. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you especially for the bicycle safety. It's something I've thought about talking with PBSO about. I see a lot of people out biking at night in dark clothing, no helmet, and no lights on the bike, and often no reflectors. Those lights are not that expensive, as you know, and they certainly help. So thank you for doing that. I had a request, and that is, would you be able, and you may already have the data in your things, I would love to have an idea of the businesses on Lake and Lucerne that are west of Dixie. You know, there's a lot of small, some of them is a couple of tortilla companies, there are a number of restaurants of various flavors, and there's a number of small ones on Dixie Highway as well, both north and south. Do you have a list of those businesses with any identification and ideally any sort of economic impact of them? Is that something that you either have or can extract out of somewhere?
I don't have them. I could work with Williams' department to get together a list of what's located on Lake and Lucerne west of the tracks and also, or west of Dixie, excuse me. And also, but can you be a little more specific on Dixie Highway, like businesses under a certain square footage or?
My sense is that, because I've been in a lot of them, there are a lot of very small businesses that serve food or sell groceries or things that are small. And my guess is, although they're small, that they do a lot of business. They turn a lot of people coming through them, and that the economic impact is something that we may not be as aware of as maybe we should be. And I'm concerned also that, you know, you can gentrify residential areas, but you can also gentrify business areas. And I'm concerned that we be aware that there may be mounting pressure that would push those businesses out. Let's at least know what they're doing in our community a little bit better. That's what I'm thinking of. It's been a long-standing interest for.
I'll see what I can find.
I mean, it's
Thank you.
actually west of Dixie. I mean, as I go through that area, it's really, I mean, there's very, you know, on Lake Avenue, we have empty storefronts, but I got to say, on Lucerne and Lake, west of Dixie, it's
not.
very prosperous.
It's
really-
hopping over there, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the framing shop has been there for 100 years.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of those buildings are not owned by the businesses that are
Right.
there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, therein lies the,
Ownership
Issue.
brings control. Ms. Stokes?
Hi, I just wanted to thank you for the amazing work at the Day of the Dead. I really enjoyed seeing the Latinos in action there this year, doing their fundraiser with the face painting. And I loved getting the local schools and getting that money back into them. And then I also loved seeing our mobility plan, WGI there, and thought it was amazing to have them have that reach that you were telling us about with,
Yeah.
and just different demographics that went through there and get their feedback as well. And you forgot about the mechanical bull. Because my kids would not get off of it. And it
I was so worried about that.
it
So
was
worried.
so much fun. So
Oh,
bring
it
that
was
back
fun.
again next
Okay.
year.
That's good news.
And you also do a first-time home buyers, home ownership program, don't you? I don't know that you mentioned that.
We do. We're getting ready to get ready for the next Home Buyers Club. I believe it will start probably mid-February, March. We do it 4 times a year. We do it in Spanish and English, working with community partners. And if you go through that program, you'll have like a certificate that you will need in order to purchase an affordable home.
That's wonderful.
We also have a individual deposit account program within the CRA, and I'd like to talk to the city about doing one citywide where we match some money that people raise in order to purchase a home. So there'll be an account that is set up with community partners, and over a span of, let's say, 2 years, the individual or family puts in $1,500, it would be matched by some other kind of money. So we're using some of our money for that in order to get more homeowners, because obviously it's incredibly difficult to buy a home these days and incredibly expensive. And we would really love to do it citywide.
And does that program, that's great, does that program have a name if I want to steer people to it?
It's called the IDA account. And it's with community partners and the Lake Worth CRA.
Thank you for everything that the CRA does, really, with your vast staff. You pull a lot off, and the city really is enriched by it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, the last thing we have under presentations is, I've had the opportunity to read this twice already, yesterday. Yesterday, as we all know, is Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And I'm going to read the proclamation that we did at the breakfast and also at the ceremony at the Cultural Plaza was great. The Lake Worth High School band came through once again and escorted us down Lake Avenue, the drumline. Whereas, on Monday, January 15th, 2024, the nation recognized Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And whereas the annual King holiday observance is a time that we celebrate, commemorate, and honor the life, legacy, and impact of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Global citizens will have unique opportunities to learn and unite in celebration of Dr. King's groundbreaking work and Mrs. Coretta Scott King's powerful continuation and formal institutionalization of that work through a variety of engaging events hosted by the King Center. And whereas the strategic theme for the 2024 is shifting the cultural climate through the study and practice of Kingian nonviolence. The pioneering work of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. demonstrated that Kingian nonviolence is a sustainable solution to injustice and violence in our world. And whereas the City of Lake Worth Beach and the MLK Event Committee, who works very hard to put this on every year, will sponsor events in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to promote the harmony, peace, courage, and inspiration for which Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. gave his life. And whereas the MLK Event Committee encourages the residents of the City of Lake Worth Beach to participate in the scheduled events to celebrate 30 years of truth, love, and history. 30 years ago, it was the first march from City Hall downtown for Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and it was I dated myself. I was there on the first one, and here I still am, 30 years later. But it's wonderful to see. It's wonderful to see Retha Lowe, the members of the community organizing this. And yesterday there was a breakfast at 8 o'clock in the morning, and then we had the march from City Hall down to the Cultural Plaza, and then there was a dinner last night at Sacred Heart Church. And it was just a wonderful day of getting together and talking. And the theme was this year, 30 years of truth, love, and history, and participating each day in February in a moment of racial solidarity, learning, or inspiration on our own to work towards that. Whereas Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream encompassed the hopes and dreams of all Americans. Now, therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me, and on behalf of the City Commission, did hereby proclaim January 15th, 2024 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And I've set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Lake Worth to be fixed the 16th day of January, 2024. And that will be given to Ms. Lowe and to the committee. A lot of work goes into that. Okay, Commission Liaison Reports and Comments. Let's start with 4 today. Let's go backwards.
All right, I'll keep mine fairly brief. The events yesterday were really good. I was happy to be able to do that walk to Sacred Heart too for the dinner. and we lucked out. We had some pretty great. We had a
Amazing
window of great
weather.
weather because the weekend was pretty rough. Going back, I'm trying to think. It's been a while since we had a meeting. December and part of January was a little bit rough to me. I didn't get much accomplished because we spent Christmas and New Year's, Aldo and I, my 5-month-old, giving each other COVID basically, and so I didn't really do a whole lot for those few weeks. Just trying to control a baby's fever, which I was not prepared for that level of stress. I didn't know how hard that was. But came out of that, and some good things are coming. Happy to see things on the agenda, and we're making progress on some things we've been discussing. Something that was really fun. I also had a brief window of good weather Saturday morning. I was able to take out kids from City of Green Acres has a group, the Inspiring Connections Outdoors group, and it's a group of kids. They have a nice van, and it's a partnership with, I think, Sierra Club Loxahatchee, which is of course run by many Lake Worthians, and they tasked me with being the fishing guide for the day. So I was able to take out like 10 kids fishing on our Snook Islands dock, and it went swimmingly. It went
So
really
to
well.
speak, nobody swam.
Yeah,
though.
nobody swam. It went really well. We started early in the morning, and then it started raining in the afternoon. And but it's such a great asset. That Bryant Park is well used, and there's stuff even on the agenda today to look at some of our opportunities of our green areas and things like that. And today I learned from Steve that the band shell has moved. Talk about an undertaking with minimal technology back then. So, moving a band shell is impressive to me. But, I look at things like that, and I just, I know we're working hard, and Jamie and staff are working hard to get us to a point where we can start utilizing things like our band shell on a more regular basis and improve it and things like that. And I think over a number of years, we'll get to that point, and it's going to be pretty incredible. Starting with our Gulf Stream, right across from the golf course, which I'm hoping, how many days left in session?
Well, we're looking
Hoping
for
we get that
funding.
PD&E and that hub, and then looking forward to the circuit discussion later today. Thank you, Joan, for kind of taking the lead on that, because it's going to be connected, well used, meeting our full opportunity, and it's definitely a long-term project, if you will, to look at all of our assets and connecting them together. And I think we're making some really big steps, including later tonight with, hopefully with Circuit. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Commissioner Stokes.
Yes, it has been a while. So earlier this month, we had our Education Task Force meeting, and it was great because school board member Erica Whitfield is there. It's always nice when she comes and can hear directly from the liaisons about the issues facing the schools. Mr. Brown also attended, so he could hear directly as well about how, and we're trying to work on figuring out how the city can communicate more around some of the good things that are happening in the school. And I already met with Ben Kerr, and we're looking at how we can use our marquee board, our social media, in ways to let people know about the good things going on. So one thing that happened recently, there were the awards for the Adult Education Awards, and our principal of Lake Worth High School, Alana Villani, won for principal, and our assistant principal, Vincent Taramina, who is in charge of adult and community education, like basically the night school there, also won. So good things happening there. It was nice to see the giant tents over the Gulf Stream. I'm sure a lot of people noticed, and hopefully we'll be getting an update soon about the work going on there. I heard from William Waters that they are beginning their interior demolition and asbestos testing and all that stuff to get that underway. I was able to go to the Tropical Ridge Neighborhood Association and hear from those residents and pass some concerns along to Mr. Brown, especially around 2nd Avenue North, trying to navigate from like the towers to Publix with the sidewalk issues and some of the flooding and things like that that's happening there. And it's a widely used pedestrian road that has some not so friendly issues. So we'll be working on trying to fix that. Over the break, the Playhouse, our treasure right here in downtown Lake Worth, hosted a 4-day like break camp. Yeah, so my girls got in and they got to do it. And the last Friday of that, they put on a little show of all the kids. It was amazing. Unfortunately, that meant I could not go to the opening of Matthew's Scratch Kitchen, but I did swing by later to see that because that's very exciting. And then you saw me, I brought the kids straight to the Veterans Build, where they almost ruined the surprise.
They seriously attempted to do that.
But somebody had the.
Who needs Venetian blinds?
Bribe them with cookies. I just, before I became a parent, I said I would never do that. And then you become a parent and you bribe them
all
with
goes out
cookies.
the window.
Yeah. I didn't do it. That is right. So that was really great to see that whole event.
Yeah.
And then I dropped the kids off at gymnastics and got to go swing by Matthews. So that was a busy one. Yes, I was able to go to the breakfast and the march and the ceremony yesterday. We always get to hear the messages around unity, and they're always so, and love, and those were always so inspiring to hear. And then behind the scenes, I have been working with Mr. Brown and Mr. Perry and trying to get them caught up with how the Southeast, I know we talked about it, we had an initial presentation of how the Southeast Florida Behavioral Health Network can help us address some of the issues around homelessness, mental health, and addiction. So we're hoping to get something back in front of the board because we did set aside some of those restricted ARPA funds to be able to use to help address these issues. I know I've been hearing a lot about the rise, and we all have, in Lake Worth Beach with homelessness and things like that. It is a county, state, and national issue, and I'm happy that we may have an opportunity here to get something going to actually make a difference. So look forward to that coming in February.
Thank you. Mr. McVoy.
Thank you. Thank you. It's great that our city is quite active, and thank you to the group that does it every year and has for 30 years. Many of the same people for Martin Luther King Day. I was able to attend, I think, almost everything and enjoyed it. I particularly thought the choir ensemble piece at St. Andrews on Selma Hennings and Shirley Chisholm was really inspiring. Sometimes it's good if we can follow these MLK ceremonies with some action. My call to action for us as a board is let's get Dixie Highway in our city renamed. It's something that is a real source. We may not think about it that much, but there are people who it definitely affects. Regarding trees and citywide tree canopy, we'll talk more about it later on during the open space, but I just want to share with my colleagues that I continue to hear a lot from residents that people would like a stronger tree policy in a number of ways. And also, we still have ongoing work to do in terms of the native plant management at the beach. Some work on that. At Friday's pre-agenda meeting, the mayor kindly encouraged me to share my thoughts regarding city management. And Madam Mayor also expressed some surprise that I had not expressed my concerns about city management more frequently in the past. Let me address the second one first. Over the last several years, the mayor and Commissioner Malega have frequently indicated that they did not feel it was appropriate for us to critique staff or even really to ask questions. I see that very differently. I see my duty, and I believe all of our duties, our responsibility to residents who we try to help out and represent, is to set high expectations for our staff and ask the right questions. That's kind of what we're here for as, so I appreciate, Madam Mayor, that your encouragement to express myself a little bit more freely about city management. It's a welcome change. I am thrilled to see, after 2 years of what I can only describe as stagnation and very frustrating stagnation, I'm thrilled to see major movement from the city manager's office. I'm thrilled that we're now getting detailed reports at each meeting on progress and future steps from the city manager, something that was very lacking. I'm optimistic that backup for critical items is going to be filled with robust information such that residents and all of the commission have the information they need to make informed and wise decisions. So thank you to City Manager Jamie Brown and Assistant Manager Troy Perry on making that happen. It's a very welcome change. Climate change, I'm very pleased to see that as a city, I'll bring that to the forward in the future, but I worked with the electric utility staff to put together kind of a spreadsheet, and some of you have heard me talk about megawatts hours and megawatts and megawatt hours. I put it together in megawatt hours. I did in both, actually. And it really is quite exciting to see how we are moving. We're not quite there yet, they're not all fired up, but they're all in the hopper toward our goal, and we'll actually pass the goal, we'll get to it early, on the 2035 goal of moving to 60% non-carbon. Part of that is our nuke plant, St. Lucie plant, but a big chunk of it is new solar at the utility scale. I'm optimistic that as technology changes and becomes less costly, we will be able to add one or another form, whether battery or other technology storage, to that solar, which will make it even more helpful and we'll get more out of it. I'm confident that that will come. And that is something that obviously from a climate change perspective is good, but it's also very good economically for our community, both in terms of competitive edge that, hey, we are doing this and we're a bit ahead of other communities, but also it stabilizes our electric rates because at least some of those fields, we have a flat rate for 20 years. Others, there's an escalator built in, but it's a very modest escalator and certainly doesn't do the wild swings that natural gas we can certainly expect to do. And finally, and in the climate change direction, I was hoping we could get copies, but I put it together very late this afternoon. These graphs, both of them from recent New York Times articles, front page things, are, as a scientist, hugely frightening. We, in 2023, that has been the hottest year ever on the planet, ever. Hotter than recent ones. That curve upward is not good. And we know that there's an upward trend. That's not a surprise. What is starting to concern scientists at this point is the second derivative. Are we going up even faster than we expected? Not just a linear rise on it. The jury's still out on that, but I thought a little comment from chief scientist at NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, that one, NOAA, her comment was, we need to be prepared for the impacts of climate change that are happening here and now. And I think we've all heard enough different things, but the data is scary. Lastly, on a little lighter note and positive, since my wife is director of the Escuelita Maya at Highland Elementary, I get to do some fun stuff. So I noticed that our Kunti plants had caterpillars on them, the ones that only eat, the caterpillars only eat Kunti. Nice story in South Florida. The Kunti almost was exterminated and the butterflies with him. Now people are planting it a lot and the butterfly's in pretty good shape. So I got a cage, brought it over to the school, and I was lucky. Promptly a couple days later, before Christmas, before everybody disappeared, they hatched, and then I was asked to come back and do a little release and, hold them on your finger, and all the kids want to hold them. It was cool. It was fun. So it's a fun thing you get to do sometimes.
Thank you. Commissioner Stoke, Malega,
Did you name them before you released them?
Bob,
No.
Joe.
I'm going to stick with the MLK theme. I want to thank the CRA for your generous contribution to our cleanup every year on MLK weekend. MLK weekend starts Saturday morning at 7:30 a.m. for us, and we did a great cleanup in the Osborne community. I want to thank the CRA. They donated a very large dumpster that was beneficial for
Really
the,
big.
yeah.
It was
for
a
the-
really big
We had a lot of
dumpster.
stuff to clean up. So thank you to the CRA for being a great partner. And just keeping with that theme, I'm just going to remind us all that compassion and grace are the crossroads where we can all meet.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to also be pretty brief. I also participated in they canceled the Sunday thing because of the rain, obviously. It was supposed to be the mayor's parade at the South Florida Fair. They do it every year, but that was also limited, so I stayed home and did some work. MLK Day was great. I just read that the Jack the Bike Man is looking for a new place they're losing their building, they're selling their building, so it'd be nice if we could somehow find a place for that in our city. I don't know what commercial is available, but it would be nice to bring that to the city. I don't believe in not criticizing, I believe in being kind. That's all I'll say about that. Miss Sarah Malaga and I are going up. We have been pursuing our excellence in leadership with the Florida League of Cities, and we're going up on February 9th up to Orlando for a leadership class. It's just a really good way to sort of crystallize, we're here every day and we do this stuff every day in, day out, but it's nice to go up and actually participate and talk and crystallize how to successfully come to an agreement, how to handle different things. So I'm looking forward to that. Let's see. Pretty much that's it. I do consider that if one of us up here has something that they like the city to look into, is to bring it to us for consensus to go forward on a project rather than just have little individual projects that we all don't know each other. One hand doesn't know what the other one is doing. So I want to thank Mr. Brown for stepping in and doing such a great job so far. You had your turn.
I know. And on that note, I mean, it was a good reminder because I did forget to mention something really brief, and so if I could have like a minute.
Sure.
I recently had lunch, as I often do, with Lee Lipton, and one of the things that we talked about is he came up with a good idea, and we were discussing this planning stage. So I have this question on the rest of the commission, and if I have your blessing or consensus, the idea is basically he's coming up with kind of, let's say like a locals deal meal plan, breakfast plan, where you pay a certain amount, have a nice breakfast, but then you get access to the pier. And then the thing where we come into play is
Fishing.
one day, I'm such a stereotype, I know, but yeah.
You're so predictable. That's
in that vein, in that theme, if you will. But the easier one is actually probably more in your ballpark, Vice Mayor, which is yoga. Come have an early breakfast. You get a yoga class, and it's kind of like our mantra of like getting people out and experiencing what we have to offer in Lake Worth, which is a beautiful environment and beautiful water and outdoors. And so on the ask, I guess, is we would look for a yoga instructor or
I
someone.
thought you were asking for the vice mayor
If somebody wants to volunteer.
Aren't you a certified yoga instructor?
It would-
Done it for 20
Yeah,
years.
it would, but like, find someone that maybe we could provide on the pier to do something regular like that. Similarly, the other ideas are, not just fishing, but like the other big one, we've talked about this in the past, is opening underneath our pier, closing it to fishermen. They're really gonna crucify me for that. I know my fellow fishermen, they hate this idea, but even if it was once a month and we kind of pull up your fishing lines, we open it up for divers to go under there,
Yeah.
photograph all the amazing life that's under there, but more importantly, kind of clean up the fishing line and all the stuff that could be down there. So if that's okay, can we like
I've
pursue
spoken
that?
with a number of divers, and when I tell them about the video that we saw that was brought up here, it's like, what is out there? It's amazing.
It's
So
incredible.
I would support that completely.
Cool.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I think let's just talk more about what our ideas are. I think,
Yeah.
I think we jammed ourselves kind of into a sorry place with everything that was going on, and we just need to open up more. Yeah.
On
So,
the yoga, do the yoga first and the breakfast after. It doesn't work well.
Yeah,
the
it
other
doesn't.
way.
Yeah. Good point. And yoga was the starting point because we felt that was maybe like an easy one to find someone that we can contract out as a city
Yeah.
to do that.
That's great. Thank you. Okay, so moving right along. There was something else I was going to say, but it's gone now. City managers report.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I'm going to try and be brief. I
Good luck
can't
with
guarantee
that.
that's going to be. So a few clarifications. So obviously next Tuesday, so everyone's aware, we have the town hall, which is taking place in District 3, North Grade, cafeteria. You'll enter through the bus pickup. A little confusion from what I've heard as far as what these really are. The last time we had one, it was located in District 2. It was the Haitian Church, which used to be the old Scottish Rites. The point of these is to kind of get out of the city hall setting and get out into the community where we can hear from the community. And it's the entire city. It's not like the District 2. When we were in District 2, it wasn't only for people in District 2. It was for the entire city. It was just located in District 2. The same with this one. It's for the entire city. It's just located in District 3. And we're going to kind of rotate. So again, we're trying to get out of the city hall setting and get out into the community where we can actually hear from all of our residents and business owners and just kind of move around the city and just get out of City Hall.
And how is it going to be set up for those of us that are curious?
So a little different this time. What I would like to do, since we're going to be addressing a lot of the issues in the city, is I'm going to have each of the department directors there. Because I would like to give a quick update kind of on each department as we start out the town hall, because there'll probably be questions on possibly road projects or potholes, or this is going on my street, or this is going on here or there. I want the different directors for the departments to kind of give a quick update and then be available for questions and everything. And then obviously all elected officials will be available as well. So
Okay, great.
that's how we want to lay that out.
And that's at 6:30, not 6 o'clock, correct?
That is at 6:30
Oh.
at North Grade.
And it's not recorded and it's not broadcast, correct?
Mr. City Manager,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to let everyone know that Shayla and I will be going to the school Thursday afternoon to look everything over, make sure they understand what we're looking for as far as setup and everything.
Will there be a PA so at least we can hear each other?
Yes,
Okay. But it's not recorded and it's not broadcast, so if you want to participate, you've got to actually be there in person. Thank you.
I have a question. So, I thought you said as the staff is going to be the main point of,
You'll have staff sitting up there to actually field questions and everything.
okay.
Yep.
Okay. You guys know a lot more detail about what's going on, I think.
Yeah, it seemed like that would be the best way to kind of lay this out, because it's, when we did the last meeting in District 2, it's kind of like we kind of had staff kind of sprinkled around, and we ended up continuing like, well, it's like, well, if we're just up there, it seems easier, so we don't have to keep walking up to the microphone, because a lot of the questions are based on projects and just different things going on in the community.
Great.
So, next up, another thing that keeps coming up is the audit, the city audits.
Right.
So our finance director was on vacation. He's got back today. It was his first day back, but there seems to be some confusion as to
People are
when.
jumping on the negative bandwagon.
Yes. So basically what's going on is everyone knows last year, we lost our finance director. We ended up bringing back our previous assistant finance director. There was a lot of stuff going on at the time. So we got behind on things. Luckily, our current finance director, Yannick, he's been in constant communication with the state. They're well aware of what's going on. The latest letter that came out in December, they've given us until, we were number 22 of 42 municipalities on the list. It kind of went out to everyone, that we have until April 1st to submit our audit for both the city, 21-22, also the CRA audit, 21-22. They will be done before that. Obviously, we're not waiting till March 31st, but it's just a matter of making sure that the communication is the main thing. A lot of people on that list that I've seen, their actual due date was yesterday.
Yeah,
1/15.
I read those 42 things, and most of them were 1/15. They had to be turned in.
Correct.
Then, and in the printed material, they went into pretty good detail about why we were late. They understood why
Exactly.
we were late, and they were not angry at us. They just said, "Get her done."
So it's good to see. So again, it was the communication with our finance director and them. They have everything in that comment box. They know exactly what happened. So they're actually pretty forgiving. They understand these things kind of happen. So we do have until April 1st for that. There is no anything getting pulled or
Right.
funding.
We're not
or anything
losing
like
any
that.
money.
So again, we have to look for first, and we do have that outside auditor as well. We were on the phone with them today, making sure all their schedules, everything lines up, so we're good to go on that. The good part of that is the 22-23 audit, which is due on June 30th. We're going to be on schedule
Right.
to get that in on time. So it's just a matter of getting caught up with what we were behind on last year because of everything, the changes going on, and getting caught up with what we have due on the 30th of this year. So
Great, thank you. Thanks for
Finally caught up.
clarifying that.
So, and obviously, we all said budget and everything we had to do last year, which pushed everything back as well. So that is that. Also, next Monday, the 22nd, we have the mobility workshop. That's at 5 o'clock in this room. And there's also the surplus property discussion that'll also be as part of that workshop as well. So that will be and I know Commissioner Stokes had mentioned earlier about, WGI, who had the contract to kind of put this whole thing together, a 2-year process. They were at the Day of the Dead. We're doing a lot of different things to get as much input as possible. So that is next Monday at 5 o'clock in this room. Another one, street painting that keeps hanging out there. Getting a lot of questions as to, is it still going on or what's happening with street painting? The city has not released any information saying it's been canceled or postponed or anything like that. So just to kind of put everyone at ease, there is nothing happening with street painting other than we're on schedule to continue doing exactly what we've done every single year. We are losing our leisure services director, Lauren Bennett. This is her last week, but we've been doing a lot of coordination with her and just moving forward. So if there is any indication, I don't follow a lot of the social media, but
Well, there's the naysayers.
seems like
People
there's
love
a
to jump on the
lot.
negative bandwagon, yeah.
Well, I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware. The city has not put out any information saying that anything is being canceled. So
Great.
we are pushing forward.
Going forward. And Taste of Lake Worth will be the night before with the NAPC, just like it always is.
Correct, just like we always do. The presentation we had recently from a company that does, we had the 25,000, we matched with the other 50,000 total for the tree planting. Bryant Park and discussions of tree planting versus tree giveaway, everything else. Since this is something that we are wanting to budget for every year and not just this one particular thing, it makes more sense, and I've kind of spoken with each one of you in one-on-ones and everything, to actually put out an RFQ,
Right.
request for qualifications, which one of our standard contracts is 3 years, and if we're happy with what's going on, you have the ability to do 2 additional 1-year renewals, so essentially a 5-year contract with a particular company that as we're getting these different sums of money, and obviously we're going to be going out for grant money as well, we're not having to come back every single time and ask you guys for approval on this contract, this contract, this contract. We would have someone on board, and since we have a tree and landscape board, I want to start utilizing them because
Much more than we have,
and their professional abilities.
right.
So what happened at the Tree and Landscape Board last Thursday was our city liaison, Dave McGrew, our horticulturist, we have tasked them with putting together a scope, which will actually include the qualifications that this particular company would need to have, whether that's the licenses, the certifications, all this other stuff. So we can then put together this RFQ and put it out, and the goal is to have that back by next month's Tree and Landscape Board meeting. So we can then put together the scope and put this out, because while the company that came and presented, there are a lot of companies that do this. But without having an actual, and the reason it's not a request for proposal, an RFP, is we don't have a defined scope.
Right.
And you need a very defined scope, so everything that you're getting in from companies is apples to apples. We just have 50,000, we don't know how many plants we want to do, what kind, do we want to mix that with some type of giveaway as well? Without having that kind of set, and that also would lock us in on just that portion of money and not anything that comes after. So that's why we really want the qualifications, the RFQ. So we've tasked them with kind of putting together the actual qualifications and what we need to have in this. And again, they are more qualified than me to throw something together. So that is the goal, to get that from them next month and put this thing out.
And I know that we'll talk later about the overall park
Correct.
plan for the city, but
Yep.
I was very happy that we were able to pass so quickly the $50,000 that we are going to give for anyway, I think we pegged it for Bryant Park at this
Yes.
point. So you have that as something in the budget every year, to continue landscaping, to continue the greening of Lake Worth, I think would be a great thing.
Yeah, and obviously that's going to be part of our budget process this year and
Right.
seeing how much we want to allocate each year. But
Exactly.
we really do need a dedicated amount
Plan. We
each
need a
year.
plan.
Because as we're going to hear from Nilsa Zacharias later on, the open space master plan and all of the things that we're rolling forward, this is going to be key to that. And we really need someone on board
Great.
with this. So, moving past that.
Checking off another,
Website, New City website. It's been hanging out there for quite a while. This Thursday at 6 p.m., we're rolling out the new site. So, yes,
and let us know if there's a problem. I mean,
I'm not worried about anyone letting us know if there are issues. But
but Mr. Brown, we have such a shy and retiring
I-
population here.
I will say, after going through it pretty closely, I mean, it's a big improvement of our current site, and it's just been expanded. I think it's more user-friendly. It's just it's easier to move around.
Great.
So it's just one of those things that we can roll out. But again, with our webmaster, who's very, very quick, it's very easy to change things as we kind of go through. If we need to make modifications here and there, it can be done in a few minutes. So that's very exciting. So that's this Thursday at 6 p.m. We're looking to roll that out. And finally, something that isn't of really interest to many people, the pool.
Who cares?
The pool. Okay. So there is confusion, I'll say, as to where we are, what's going on with the pool. So it's going to be, I think, frustrating for some people to hear what I'm about to say. I heard an uh-oh already. Unfortunately, I think over the years, there has been a good amount of money spent on different things. Not all was what we needed, but there are things we can definitely use. Unfortunately, I think the first step that should have happened didn't happen. And that's really what we need to do. And we could continue to throw more money at design and redesign of the redesign and just continue going down this path. But definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. We need to change what we've been doing in order to push this thing forward, and we can't keep doing what we've been doing before. A big part of that is not having city staff run this because, for instance, if you said, Jamie, run with the pool, I'll be the first to tell you, I build roads. My background is civil. I'm just an engineer. I build roads. So to think that I am somehow a pool developer or something like that, it's not the case. And I think in the past, it's been unfair to kind of put staff in that position to somehow land this thing. It's not what we do. There are professionals out there that do this for a living, and that's who we need to start utilizing.
And explain a little bit what you're talking about.
I'm gonna roll into that. So, what I would like to do is, and we've already had meetings starting last week, is putting together an actual RFQ, request for qualifications. Because what we need is, there are companies that do this, there are also people that basically run this whole process and build a team that includes architect, engineer, structural people. You've got the development side of things, you've got the financial side of things, you've got the real estate side of things, where they look at this footprint we have up at the beach. And they look at, step one is going to be discovery. You have to look at the regulations. We have the East Coast, or the Coastal Construction Line, which basically runs north-south right down the middle of the pool. If you're east of that, there are regulations of things you cannot do. Renovations to existing facilities, yes, but new construction, there are things you cannot do. So first and foremost, what can we do and what can we not do when we're looking at things up there? There have been things, which I won't go into, that have been proposed that are not possible to do up at the beach. So you get into these arguments and design things that, great on paper,
Right.
looks cool in CAD, not possible to get done. We need to make a determination on, okay, this is discovery, here's what you can and can't do. After that is done, We can pull from some of the things and some of the analysis that has been done in the past. Not all is going to be useful, but there are things that will be useful. Probably going to have to do a little bit more in order to get the real data that we need, but that needs to be done as well. Step 2, charrette, a public charrette. It's been way too long. We need to get input. As we all know, everyone has thoughts on a lot of different things.
No.
That charrette needs to happen. Step 3, taking all the data from the discovery, taking everything we've gotten from the actual public, the charrette and everything, bringing that to a workshop, which I'm sure will be very short, but a public workshop or special meeting, if we want to do the public comment, however we want to title that, so we can have public comment at that meeting, and having basically a visioning session. This company, this group, whoever this is who we select, would run this visioning session with you to say, here is everything we've pulled, here's what the public has said. We need to find out what is the goal. And we've had multiple meetings over the years, but we need to kind of pull this all back in and have that discussion again and say, what is our goal? What is our vision? What do we want to see? And it might be more than just a pool. It might be many different things, but we need to have that discussion. I'm sorry, go ahead. I see you're leaning.
Well, the one thing I think we talked about along those lines of like investigating is operational. I mean, financial, will it make sense? You know, I'm a proponent of having a pool up there, but if it doesn't make financial sense,
Yep.
obviously, I would have to put aside my own personal thought and think what's best for the city. So I think, you know, opening it at night, those kinds of things will be part of that study.
Correct, because that's a big portion that's been missing. We've looked at, I think the first designs were 40-some million. It's like we had all
Right.
these large numbers thrown out there that is just the initial cost to construct the project. There has really been nothing as far as an annual operational cost of what are we going to have to do for the city to actually keep this thing running. There's been no discussion
That just
on
never
that at all.
happened ever,
It
correct?
hasn't happened.
Since it was
We've had
closed.
things here and there based on a certain layout or a certain
Mm-hmm.
design, but again, we really didn't go into, okay, well, how many lifeguards is that going to take because it has this many corners on the pool and all these little things that are actually going to give you an accurate number. That really has not been done to that level, and that's a huge piece of that. And another portion, with you see the large numbers to actually construct the pool, is how are we going to fund it?
There's that.
There's a huge funding discussion that needs to take place as well. And again, that's one of those things that's kind of thrown out there, and there is different thoughts of how much is actually sitting there for us to actually put into it. Well, I can tell you right now, it's a lot less than it's going
We
to
don't
cost.
have the $6 million we thought we had.
It's a lot less than
Yeah.
it's going to take to actually construct this pool. So that funding thing is also a part of this. That's a very, very huge portion that has not been brought forward. Also, the analysis on trips to the beach. Whatever is going to go up there, whatever this is going to look like, it's going to bring more traffic to the beach.
Parking.
And we all know there are times of year that there are no parking spaces up there, and people are just circling the upper lot, circling the lower lot, looking for space. There's going to have to be some kind of parking component to whatever this is, whatever that looks like. That whole trips analysis has to be part of this as well. So this is a very large and probably lengthy process, but again, it will probably be frustrating to hear for a lot of people who thought we were moving forward. We have to do this because this should have been the first step.
Right.
And unfortunately, we're kind of going back to do this and picking up the information now, but I honestly don't know how we move forward without actually having this very, very important step taking place. Because again, we can't continue just throwing money and redesign. We're just moving things around in CAD.
Right.
And adding a clear wall
Palm
here
trees
and
and,
palm
yeah,
trees here and
yeah,
a shea
yeah.
lounge here. Let's add, they're just different components
Yeah,
on a drawing.
rearranging the
But that
deck
does not
chairs.
move us any further forward in actually getting this done.
I'm really glad to hear that. And I think we all, you know, yes, it's going to be people. I mean, before we ever got here, lots and lots of money was spent, but apparently this is just a fresh start, and I appreciate that. Do you have anything else? I see lights on, so I want to.
I was going to go further, but I think you guys get the idea of where we're looking to go and how we're looking to kind of land this thing and what we need to do to move this forward. And that's the real thing that I wanted to say. We need to move this forward because it's just been stagnant for way too long. And unfortunately, I think people were waiting. I know there was some confusion at the just up here and in the community, and people thought we were waiting on something.
Right.
Or we were just waiting on this, or we're just waiting on this, and had to.
Bring us back to reality.
In that unfortunate position of saying, what are we waiting on?
Okay.
Nothing is happening right now.
Right. No, and it's
There-
very,
there's
we're all
currently-
frustrated. We're all
We
frustrated.
would have had to come back to you with an additional proposal from the company we were using for an additional task order for more money to add this. All their scope was complete as far as what we had funded, and that, I guess, that phase, if you want to call it that phase of whatever it was. I was not going to bring anything back to you asking for additional money to continue to do what we were already doing,
Rearranging the palm trees.
rearranging. We need to change our strategy. So
Thank you.
I'll leave it at that. Sorry for not being brief.
Well, listen, you're giving us very good information that we all appreciate. I'm just going to go, well, you're first in my sight. Ronaldo, everybody's got a light on me.
Mine are really short.
good.
On that last note, I think it's really important to highlight that, the work that our contractor did, Zimmerman, it's not a slight on them. They did exactly what they were asked to do.
Oh, absolutely.
So I hope the public understands that. They did their job. They did what was contractually obligated to them. So it's not a slight to them. And, hopefully we can take this conversation forward. And you hinted at something, Mr. Brown, about that I think is really important. And that is and now is a good time as ever to say this, and it's kind of to your point, how are we going to pay for this thing? And that is, you're using the word pool. And I hope it's understood from now that the pool is more than just a hole in the ground filled with water. It has to be a comprehensive look at the entire property, because we have this community ask of a community pool. And I can tell you, developers and contractors, they're not exactly lining up the door to do these projects, because there's very little profit on them for them. So there's going to be probably potentially a carrot dangled, build us this pool, and then you might have something else or whatever. And that's what the conversation is going to be, is looking at the opportunity. We need parking. We look at the upstairs, beautiful, one of the best real estate in the county. If we, got
Empty.
an incredible event company, well, imagine like Jamie said, we have a packed parking lot, and then now you have a 300-person wedding that needs parking. I can't imagine.
I think a structure might, and that would
Costly.
actually be something that a private company could, if they built it, they could
Right.
get the money from it.
And,
Right.
and that's exactly what I'm saying. The conversation of when we say the word pool, it's not just the actual hole in the ground with water. And I think that, should be understood as we go on through this process.
I think Herman Robinson
I was
always
going to say, you're
stressed that.
channeling
Right,
the
Herman
man who sat
Robinson,
in this
right.
chair before you. The oceanfront complex.
The oceanfront complex. Kim?
Thank you for bringing this up. I had heard from planners in West Palm Beach that they use companies like this all the time
Yep.
to help fill gaps where staff, in a small town like ours, we just don't have this expertise. I met with them and brought them to the previous city manager in April. But there seemed to be a desire to try to keep it in-house. So I'm glad to see this idea move forward. One thing, though, that they told me was that they had experience helping determine what other funding partnerships can be out there. So I think sometimes when you hear about the public-private partnerships, you always think it's going to be like these huge, large developments that need to come in here, maximize our profits, and I'm not really interested in that kind of overdevelopment of our beachfront, and we do want to make sure there's a balance between making it financially sustainable, but also for the community. And they've navigated, I don't know who we're going to go with, but they've navigated partnerships with people like the YMCA,
Yep.
and there's all different types of, so I think, with this whole process, we really need to figure out I just want to make sure that we're doing it in a way where we don't close off any doors because we say, well, that's going to be too expensive.
Right.
Or we try to say we have to have this, but then when we find a partner, like somebody who's going to help us meet the needs of the community and our financial needs, that we're open to going that back. I feel like there's going to be a little bit more back and forth here. You're going to design it. Does that work for the partnership? Does this, work for the operational costs? There's a lot of, I don't think it's this very linear process. I think there's going to be a lot of back and forth.
I think the word people are using is we have to unpeel it. It has to be unpeeled.
And that was something that was missing before. It was like, well, what activities are we going to have at the pool? Why are we designing a pool before we're talking about the activities that we need to
And if it's even
design
possible.
for? So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McVoy.
Thank you. I do have to say that when we had our one-on-one and I found out, I had thought, and I guess probably some of my colleagues also had thought that we were waiting on something, that something was out and we were going to get something back.
Well,
And
let's move on.
to find out that, in fact, it was in the ozone.
We're moving on now.
It, one of those things that contribute to the concerns. But on the pool, I think that this is very much the right direction to go, that we need help, and it's not just, how many palm trees and how many chairs. It's what do you want to try to do with this area?
Right.
How is the finances going to work?
Right.
All of these things coming together. The two big pieces that I think that are important in my mind, I'm pleased to hear what Commissioner Stokes said, that the idea of, major development at the beach, I think this community has been through enough of that to know that's not something that people are happy about, but that the process is going to be some, what trade-offs do we want? And we need I guess you'd call it a contractor or a partner that you're looking for with the RFQ, the request for qualification. Somebody who doesn't have a vested interest one way or another, but has experience saying, look, you want to do that? That's cool, but here's kind of the costs that are likely to happen with that. You want to do this? Well, that might generate this income, or it might have these costs. I think we need to have that. One of the pieces that I thought was missing before was we all collected a wish list, which was fine, but nobody then took the next stage of, what are the cost and revenue implications of that wish list? And I think even before the wish list level, one of the things that we need to, with help from the community and with help from our own, whatever wisdom we may happen to have, what is our objective? What are we trying to do? Are we trying to create something that pulls the community together, that is a very much of a community gathering place, and that will in fact bring people from all different parts of our community, that is an explicit objective? I've always felt that if we make that an on-paper explicit objective, and we ask the designers, hey, think about our different communities and think about a design that is likely to pull from different ones, that is part of the program, part of the challenge. I think if we did that on paper and said that's part of your job as a designer, I think that opens us up to more imaginative and wide-ranging funding abilities. Because if you have an objective that is very community-oriented, not just, hey, there's some water and people splash, but pulling a diverse community. Everybody knows that we're very diverse in a lot of different ways. If you build that into it, I think there are more people who say, hey, that's pretty cool. I'll kick in a little bit, whether it's governmental PPPs or private philanthropic. So that's my 2 cents with it. Thank you for helping us get to the next step.
Ms. Malega.
I won't take long. I'm surprised that Commissioner Diaz didn't say, hey, let's turn into a skate park. Just kidding.
Although that would be an option.
A fishing
I'm just saying,
skate
it works in
park.
LA. California, they do it,
It's been suggested.
It's been suggested. I've been saying since day one, I'm not that I don't care about the design. I care about the programs and I care about the business plan. I have been saying that for about 7 years. I was there the day they closed the doors. I use the pool 3 days a week. I love the pool. My take as a commissioner is that we need to maximize the assets that we own to secure the financial future of this city, regardless of who's sitting in these seats. And that is a big step.
Yep.
And it's not just the pool, as you've said. A lot of people don't realize the revenue that needs to be generated from that oceanfront park that we own. And we often hear that how poor of a city we are. We're not a poor city. We are rich in assets. And until we get our heads out of our assets, we're not going to put our city in a good financial place. And we really need to do things like the golf course study that we're looking into. And ripping off the Band-Aid, let's talk about Bryant Park. How do we activate Bryant Park? What does that look like after the Gulf Stream comes to play? And we have 7 square miles, we're landlocked. So I'm excited to hear this conversation. That means I can possibly start building a pool of my own, because my wife said I can't build a pool in my house until I get the cities open. So
She's a
please help me
wise
get a pool in
woman.
my yard, for crying out loud.
She's a wise woman.
So I'm excited to hear this. Again, I'm not going to be that person that says, move this palm tree or put the slide there. I digress on that, but I need to see numbers. I want to make sure that this pool is sustainable for generations to come, that's impactful. And, I hate to say it, but the next conversation, you guys, we have to have as business people is the cemeteries. It's the other thing out there that we own that we need to do better with. So I'm glad to hear this is happening. Thank you for bringing it to us and shooting a square between the eyes with it. And it's, I look forward to seeing what the RFQ looks like.
Thank you.
I did want to say that obviously when we put this whole RFQ together, it will be seen by everyone before this goes out. This is not, and I think that's been a mistake in the past as well, that things have just kind of gone out without real, just making sure that everything is in there. So I want to make sure, but I was glad to hear that everyone mentioned the fiscal side of things, because I think that gets missed sometimes, and I was glad, and Commissioner Malega, you kind of hit it on the head as far as business plan, and it's not that we are not a poor city. It's we have things that we have opportunities that we don't take advantage of. There are things in the city that we don't do that other cities do. And when you look at, well, how was this particular city able to do this, or how do they afford to do this? They're taking advantage of things we're just not doing. And we have it, it's just we have never taken advantage of it. So a lot of these things are just kind of identifying these, which I can think of 4 right off the top of my head, which I won't mention right now because I've taken up too much time already. But things that we can be doing to start bringing in more revenue, that's going to give us the ability to do more things that during budget, all these things come up and it's like, yeah, we've got like 20 things on this capital improvement list and we got through 6 before the money ran out.
Yeah. And one of the things that I keep talking about is the golf course, one of our biggest fiscal, we get money from that. And
Yep.
that path is, we need to put some money in the golf course. And
We do.
yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. You're back on?
A quick request that maybe we can give some direction to Jamie on. My thought would be, I think that's a great point that, and you mentioned it also, that we have assets. We may not be, a lot of money in the bank, but we have some assets. Would it be possible for either you or the finance director or assistant city manager, somebody, to do a little bit of a comparative table of a few cities around us where you just in very broad terms lay out how much do they get from in percentages and amounts or percentages of their total budget, or whatever, a couple different ways. How much do they get from property taxes? How much do they get from the state? How much do they get from the various different sources? And I assume that part of what we would see if we do, and then compare it to ours as well, that what we'd see is, well, the list of things that they're sourcing is larger for some other cities, and we'd say, well, let's look at whatever is missing in our city.
Yep.
And consider whether we want to go that route. To give us some sense of, hey, if we add item X on that Delray does, or West Palm does, or whatever, it brings in X, and then maybe normalize it by either population or area or whatever seems like a reasonable way to normalize it, so you could compare it. If you were to do that here,
Yeah.
your likely income would be X or Y or whatever.
Yeah, I know
think
there's already
that would
one
help
study,
guide
which we're probably going to update because it's been 2 or 3 years already, but there's one that wasn't even brought forward that's just kind of sitting, gathering dust right now. Revenue options.
Okay.
That'd
Joan's
be
staring at
great. And if I'm,
She goes, I see nothing.
Yeah, so there are things out there and some stuff we already have, it just hasn't been brought forward, so.
I think bringing that to us would be very helpful in our thinking of, okay, how does that fit with what we
Yeah.
see of the city?
And like I kind of mentioned last time in the report I gave in December, again, still same level of staffing. So I'm trying not to cram everything all at one time and trying to overwhelm everyone, because I know everyone's very busy and we've got all kinds of meetings coming
lot of
up.
meetings.
And yes, so full
Okay.
plate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could we have a little break before the city?
Okay, I was going to ask, we only have two public comment cards for non-agenda.
Oh, here comes more. All
Oh,
right,
here's two
4.
more.
And then 2 on the website.
And I
on the
was going to
website.
ask the city attorney if he would indulge us and allow, can you go at the end so that,
Oh, there he is.
would you mind? Okay, thank you. Okay, non-agenda. All right, so let's take a quick break before we do the non-agenda, the public comment. I know, I wish I had some. Okay, let's get this party started. Six. Madam Clerk, are you ready?
I'm ready, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thanks. Let's everybody calm down, everybody. Sit down. Thank you so much.
I got a couple of things I could do if you guys are interested.
You can come to every commission meeting as far as I'm concerned. All right, send me an email. No, he's
Thank you.
amazing. And I can't go on Thursday.
So much, I know.
Okay, folks. Oh, we don't have Jamie, so might as well wait for
Thursday, the
Jamie.
history thing.
What? I have something Thursday. It's yeah, Royal Poinciana.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir, ma'am. I'm waiting for Mr. Brown to come back.
I know you are, but while you're waiting for Mr. Brown, do we want to maybe have a motion to move public participation before the city attorney's report?
I really can't hear a word you're saying.
We couldn't hear you.
Can everyone have a seat?
I know, I'm not.
It's quieter if you wanted to communicate, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Yes, I was suggesting to make it official to have a motion to move public participation before the city manager's report.
No, the city attorney's report.
That's what I
Motion,
meant. I'm sorry.
Okay.
public
Or
comment.
shall I add that in, and you've already voted to amend the agenda, and I'll add that in as an additional amendment?
Thank you. Motion to do that. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Trusivio. Well, it's, I think Mr. Brown just gave us a great report, and then he left.
Mr. Perry's here, we can continue, right?
Oh, yeah, we can go home. All right, now we are under non-agenda items, consent agenda, and consent agenda, public participation of non-agenda items and comments on the consent agenda. And, we have the rules on the back, so we're all going to be civil and lovely. First up, Hillary Keys. She's bringing a contingent with her. 3 for the price of 1. There he is. Oops. Oh.
Wait, I gotta get around to Hillary Keys, 1212 Lake Avenue. We're here with a few of the South Florida Raging Grannies in support of the Medicare for All resolution.
Right.
This old great granny ain't what she used to be. Had a hysterectomy, needs a colonoscopy, but she can't afford to pay for her care, and so I guess we'll have to shoot her now. Disclaimer, we do not support shooting. 'Cause where is she supposed to go when she doesn't have the dough? She dare not get sick without Medicare for All. I guess we'll have to shoot her now. This old gray granny splits all her pills in half. The drug companies just laugh. Their profits are off the graph. But Granny can't afford to pay for her pills, and so I guess we'll have to shoot her now. 'Cause what is she supposed to do when money for the rent is due? She can't buy pills and groceries too, and so I guess we'll have to shoot her now.
I love it.
This old gray granny now needs a test or two. Her boob has a lump, it's true. But what is she supposed to do? She can't pay the bill, so she'll just have to muddle through. I guess we'll have to shoot her now. Well, Granny's old, but she's wise. She knows we have to organize. So we'll get out and work for Medicare for all, so we won't have to shoot her after all.
Bravo!
Thank you.
We have, this is great because Mr. Lockwood was just talking about the fact that there was a women's band years ago and you guys have taken over. Yeah. We have such amazing people in our city, and I am so proud that we are having this resolution on the consent agenda for Medicaid for all. I do not understand why states would not take it. It makes no sense. And we'll try not to put anybody out of their misery.
Madam Mayor, could we make a motion that all future public comment should be sung?
A late entry, but Mr. Conboy, come on up.
You may clear your throat for singing in bass.
Well, I can't.
That's a hard act to follow.
Okay, I cannot follow that one with song. But I would say that Medicare for All is extremely important for our country. And while you as a
Name and
body.
address for the record, please.
Oh, name and
excuse
address,
me.
right.
Thomas Conboy, 30 property or business owner, 30 South M Street. What you guys are doing here, and I'm pretty sure this is going to be unanimous, I sure hope, you are putting it forth to get this, moving forward. It's not actually going to make it happen, but the more cities that pass this, the easier it is for our Congress people to advocate for it. And I know too many people that have passed away because they couldn't afford their health care.
No.
So thank you. And I also want to say, I'm excited that there's some action on the beach. I think it's the right approach.
Thank you. Daniel Kalesa, I don't know how to say it. It's Kalesa. Yeah, the Medicaid thing is not, why would they not have Medicaid? Medicare.
The expansion?
Hello,
Yeah.
good evening, everybody. How's everything? How are you? My name's Dan Kaleka. I live at 213 South M Street. And I'm a disabled veteran. I came in here, I thought it was quite interesting that everybody did the Pledge of Allegiance. I actually broke my neck in the Army. That's why I could barely move. And a grenade took my left ear. I can't really hear so well. My hand was sewn back on. And since I left the service, I found it incredibly hard to gain employment. And I applied for 12 jobs with this city, from janitor up to assistant city manager. That was over 6 months ago, and I never got a call. I even called about 20 times offering to work for free for my first year, so that the city, which is having some financial issues, such as wanting to build a beautiful pool and we can't, I said, well, I'll work for free for the first 12 months, and if I'm a good investment for you and you're happy with me, then I can stay. And if you're not, then it costs you nothing. The city never called me, and in fact, it's gone quite farther than that. However, I don't think that's appropriate for this evening. You pledge allegiance to that flag. I can't even walk for this country. And I'm not even good enough to scrub your toilets. So, I don't pledge allegiance to the flag anymore. Good day.
Thank you. Ramsey McLeod, followed up by Joseph Torres, and Rich Raphael is on deck.
Well, no singing, and I'm not sharing my vet stories, okay?
Right.
I'll get there.
You
Just
can, people,
one more
take
more
a deep
piece of-
breath.
I know I look old, but I can remember a few things. Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. Well, 2023 turned out to be a rather contentious year, filled with anger, resentment, disrespect, invented obstacles, accusations, and procrastination. Each of you knows the source of the contention and perpetuators of discord on the dais, and so do we. The citizens can only hope that the few who posture, menace, and bully will start the year in a more amicable, collegial, and respectful manner, and with the intention of finding common ground, building consensus, and serving all the citizens of the city, rather than in service to a political or externally driven agenda. You are the last commission who will have been elected by the whole city, and that ends in March with the introduction of single district voting. Of course, with the efforts of some of you on the dais, we are possibly heading into a runoff election as well, resulting in an additional expenditure of $55,000. I must commend you, Commissioner Diaz, for your generous donation to the South Palm Park Playground of $5,000 worth of plants. It is nice to see you so supportive of our more affluent residents who happen to have one of the largest and nicest playgrounds in our city located right along the Intracoastal Waterway. As one of your constituents, I'm excited to see you apply the same generous effort to the other playground in your district, the Royal Poinciana Playground at First Avenue South and South B Street. It has gotten an abundance of wear and tear since its opening and is once again undergoing renovations and upgraded fencing. I'm certain a nice variety of plants would really help spruce that up too. In addition, I see you got another mobility presentation done, even though we've seen this type of information more than once since last spring. However, why it had to be rushed is beyond me. We haven't even received the results of the recent citywide mobility survey that was conducted, so you really don't have any guidance from us on this issue. Why the rush to put this in place before the Street Painting Festival, our main event in which we shut down the entire downtown area, the primary area listed for service by this vendor? Also, you all spent the better part of 3 months and numerous budget meetings to decide on spending for the city. Yet you never advised which line item or which department would pick up the continuing funding of this service. It resembles fiscal malfeasance when you don't provide a means for funding past the first year. I'm at a loss to understand why you feel funding pet projects and pet issues above common sense are of greater value to our citizens than investing in our infrastructure and our economic future. One can only hope you've stirred up the pot enough that you can now turn your attention to the important decisions that need to be made that will benefit all the residents of our city and not just a select few.
Thank you. No, we
If I
don't.
may,
We
I
don't.
don't-
No, we don't respond. We don't respond.
I mean-
Joseph, Mr. Torres is up next. I'm sorry. You can speak with her privately. Joseph Torres, 512 North 8th Street. Is he here? Did he leave?
He was here, I don't see him
Well, if he
now.
comes back in, have him come. He's got great handwriting. Mr. Raphael. And after that, Peggy Fisher, and that's the end of the comments.
Rich Raphael, 832 North J Street. Yeah, last forum was held at the Haitian Church, and I commented then about the lack of recording so other citizens could participate in the meeting after the fact. I was assured that future forums would be recorded, and you would know that if that first forum had been recorded. There are many other instances when recording and real-time broadcasting are done. For example, decision on the Gulf Stream held at the casino, State of the City held at the casino, redistricting held at Compass, First Mobility meeting held at the Bohemian. So you can record. There's no reason you are not recording the upcoming forum. I'm concerned that the city appears to be providing coverage for candidates running for re-election. There's no reason, given technology today and the city's demonstrated capability, to provide real-time audio video records. Furthermore, this forum seems to be an official commission meeting that has been moved outside of the city hall. All such commission meetings have been recorded. There's no justification for not recording the upcoming forum meeting. So I request, please record this, make it available for real-time viewing and for future viewing. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Ms. Fisher. And we need your whole address.
I spoke to the city attorney, who advised that for my security reasons, as been stated at the status, I do not need to provide it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it seems like the sound went off.
And that was the case, the first meeting after a sitting commissioner came to my home and insulted me. So that will be my position, and if I need to get an attorney to confirm that, I will.
Okay.
All right, so now we can start on my.
There you go. Now we start counting.
Peggy Fisher, A Street, Lake Worth Beach. Advisory boards. We've got a lot of advisory boards, and if you look at the website for agendas, minutes, backup for advisory boards, looks great for the historic preservation, P&Z, CRA, but there are so many advisory boards that you all have instituted that you cannot get a backup for. You're lucky if you get an agenda for. You don't get any minutes for. So if you want to have all these advisory boards, please make sure all of those items are available to the public. Pool funding. I would just ask that one of the items you present to the public is how much revenue the golf course actually brings into the city, how much revenue the casino brings into the city. And I believe I heard someone say something about a massive wedding at the beach, and if I remember right, this commission decided to discontinue providing that service to the public. So let's remember what we did. I also think it's appropriate to be polite to everyone and not bring up the past repeatedly to degrade someone who is not here, which is inappropriate. I am not in favor of the revision made for the town hall meeting. My interaction in the city is with the five of you. You are the people that we elect to represent us. I don't hire the Director of Community Sustainability, the interim city manager, the water director, the head of HR. I vote, which is my way of hiring, the five of you. So at a town hall meeting, I expect to see the five of you. It's great to have the staff there, but if I'm standing, talking to the people running that meeting, it should be your faces.
We'll be there.
I heard in the front row. So in the front row of the audience, I think that is not where you need to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Torres is still not here, so moving right along. Approval of the
I'm
minutes?
sorry, Madam Mayor.
I'm sorry, you have some, I know you have a couple came in.
Yes, I have two comments for this and one a little later. Sam Smith, 109 North Palmway, regarding consent agenda item C, which deals with Memorial Park improvements. I write again to ask why the city continues to neglect the children who live in Parrot Cove and College Park, east of Federal from Lucerne north to the canal, between West Palm Beach and Lake Worth. Our children have no playgrounds at all. Shouldn't the city spend our taxpayer dollars on a playground for these children before spending money to improve already existing parks in the city? As a taxpayer and a parent, this is completely unfair and unequitable. Our children in the northeast part of the city have no playground and no open park space, which leads to an unsafe situation where many children simply play in the streets. Please add a playground to the clubhouse area at the Lake Worth Municipal Golf Course. There is unused city land at the golf course, and the already existing parking make it a perfect spot for a playground for our children. Stop neglecting the families and children in the northeast section of this city. Why are all our tax dollars going to other parts of the city and we have no park or recreation facilities for children in this area? And the second comment is from Catherine Kohlmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. The vegetation next to the beach has recently been cut back to the point of destruction. The plantings by the benches are pruned so they cannot provide any shade. Having made the effort to plant natives, please can the city protect its investment and now take the step to ensure the plantings are pruned and taken care of properly? Appropriately. The beach could be beautiful. Now I cannot bear to walk there. Thank you to the Commission for considering the resolution to support HR 3421, the Medicare for All bill, which Representative Frankel, among many other Democratic representatives, co-sponsored. I do hope it is a unanimous decision. I hope the city will be issuing a press release about this resolution and will be thanking Representative Frankel for her consistent support of Medicare. That is the last comment, and next up is the city attorney's report, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you all for those comments. Okay, city attorney's report.
Just a short report, give you an update on where we are on that city manager search. Just so you know, there's a multiple step process. The first step would be for an RFP to be prepared. Valentina and our office are working on that to find a search firm. There's no cost to the city, obviously, to put out a proposal, minimal cost. And then once that search firms respond, then there'll be a review, and then the commission would select a firm, and then they would go through the search and then hire a manager. You'd hire a manager, which is probably a 5 to 6 month process. We have not put that RFP out on the street yet. Our idea was to put it out sometime in the next few weeks, with responses due sometimes probably late March, early April, and then sometime April, May, you could, if you'd like to, interview those firms. But there's no rush on any of this, obviously. Jamie, I don't know how long you want to be sitting in the chair, but.
Says you.
Trying to encourage him, you know? But unless you'd like us to speed it up, that's kind of the pace that we're looking at. That is probably about a 6 month process.
Okay. Ms. Malega?
I know it's been 2 years, but would it be prudent for us to possibly go back and look at the people that we already interviewed and went through the process with to see who was in our top 5 maybe and see if they're still available?
That's up to you, but I would have to say probably not. I mean, a lot happens in 2 years in people's lives.
Never know, though. Any thought on that? I'm just trying to save the city money, and I'm throwing ideas out there.
I think we should open, I'd be more comfortable opening it up to.
Yeah, and to me, that seems like penny wise, pound foolish. Somebody who applied 2 years ago and hasn't found a job
Maybe they don't like it.
might not be our first choice.
Maybe they don't like it.
Yeah, well, we can just include them. We would certainly reach out to them, but not
If,
exclusively.
if we pick another search firm and they're still available in
Right.
the pool of people,
They'll come
they'll
in.
show up. So,
Ms. Stokes?
Yeah, I am not in any rush. I think that a lot of people are looking forward to having some stability, and I'm happy to, if Mr. Brown is willing to serve for at least up to a year, to take our time. There's a lot.
Don't scare that man away.
Talk, but I think, it depends, in my opinion, the timeline depends on if Mr. Brown is like, I need to get out of here or not. But I think we can see what he can do, and if he wants to, he can see what the job is like, we can see what he can do, but obviously, putting out the RFP, like you said, is no cost to us. So it can always be there in our back pocket, and we can reevaluate later if it's something that we have to move forward with. But I guess there's no harm in putting it out.
Right, and again, we're not rushing it.
We're not rushing
I'm
it.
not hearing from any of you that you want it out yesterday.
No.
Right.
And, I guess I would say all deliberate speed.
Yes, there's a lot of cities that hire an interim city manager just to make sure that you
Absolutely.
can take your
We
time with the
have one.
process. We have one, I'm
We
just
have
saying, to make sure that you can take the time with the process that you need to make sure you're getting the best fit for the city, so.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
That's all I got.
All right. Thank you. Approval of the minutes.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Consent agenda?
Oh, aye.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Well, we're off the first page, and it's only 8:45. Okay. New business, interlocal agreement with the CRA for microtransit services with Circuit Transit, Inc. Do we have, well, let's do a motion.
Motion
I
to-
have, yeah.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, now we'll have comment and public comment.
I'm sorry, who made the motion? I couldn't tell.
Mr. Diaz and Mr.
Okay.
Enforce seconded it. I have, oops, well, thank you. Thank you. That's, okay. Okay, let's talk about this. I have noticed, I took a good look at the agenda, the item, and I have some questions. In theory, I love the idea. In reality, I have some questions. One of which is, we are putting up a lot of money, and the CRA is putting up a lot of money as a pilot program. When I look at the part of the city that's considered to be, in this, it's like 6th Avenue North to 6th Avenue South. And I have some questions about that. I think that's, I know that's to keep the cost down, but I think that's a very limited area of the city to be talking about. And it doesn't mention anything about how much, if any, people are going to be charged in the contract. It doesn't talk about that. I didn't see it. I may just have missed it. And also, what obligation, if any, does Circuit have to try to get advertising to, mitigate some of these costs? To think that we are going to, on a regular basis, donate $100,000 to something from who are we, who's our target audience? Who's our target? Who's going to use this? 6th Avenue, when I thought about the Circuit, I thought of it as on demand. So somebody lives at the north end of the city and they want to go downtown and have dinner and have a couple drinks, then go back home. To me, that made sense. But 6th Avenue South and 6th Avenue North, that's a really small area. And I have some concerns about that. Like I said, in concept, I love the idea, but I have some practical questions about that.
All right. Saliva, Executive Director for the city's CRA. I'm going to toss this to her. before I
Thank
get
you,
my-
Mr. Interim City Manager Brown.
And I'm only doing that
kind of
because
you.
obviously Joan and I, we've been part of these conversations and these meetings, and with the CRA being the entity that's going to actually be managing the contract, I'm going to toss it to her first before I give comments.
Okay, let me see if I can address. The reason we
Can
chose.
can you move your mic a little closer?
Yes. The reason we chose 6th to 7th, I think, is what we changed it to at the last meeting.
7th Avenue North,
Yes. And from Tri-Rail to the beach was to start with an area that we could potentially afford right off the bat, and an area that we could test to see how many people took it, where they went, and then we could change it as we go along. And we could also take our time in applying for grants for the second phase or the second year, which we would try to connect to other areas. We can change the map. It's just, we had to have at least something to Circuit over these last few months to get them to give us a cost. And that's how we came up with that.
Tri-Rail to the beach, coming through the city, that makes sense, to me, because that's, hopefully people come from Tri-Rail and get into downtown. But I mean, are we going to charge for it? I think we need to address that.
$1 per family, yes.
$1
$1.
per family, not per person?
Look, it's up to you.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. We haven't really discussed it. I mean, and that's one of the things that I think that we need to talk about. You know, I mean, I love the idea of helping people and, you know, the mobility aspect, and it's electric and all that. But $1 for a family, I think we need to talk about that, because $100,000 on one, you know, our pilot program. It's a pilot program. Again, I'm in favor of it conceptually, but when I started thinking about the limited, so it's not really, is it a circuit or is it on demand?
It is on demand.
Okay. So my, and I'm not articulating this as brilliantly as I would like to, but I do have some concerns about us spending $100,000 to subsidize that to a great extent. That's a lot of money. To subsidize people moving around in our area, in our very small area. So those are just some of my concerns. I think we need to discuss, and also what obligation does Circuit have to try to allay the costs through advertising? I don't see it in the agreement. They don't seem to have an obligation to do that.
We're talking about an interlocal tonight. We're not talking about the agreement. The agreement will be between the CRA and Circuit.
But it's our money.
Part of it is,
I
yes.
mean, right. So the total cost is 200,000?
It's a little over 200,000.
Okay, and you're asking us for 100,000.
Correct.
You know, I hate to be negative. I try to be positive about stuff, but I just started reading this and I'm like, does this make sense? I think, Mr. Diaz, your light was on first.
Yes. Where do I start? I take a little bit issue at calling this a donation, because I look at it as a service, and it's a service that we pay for. Maybe not everyone will use it, but you know, you can say the same thing about people without children who pay taxes to fund schools.
I do.
You can say the same thing about people like me who don't have a car, who pay to service our roads and stuff that I don't particularly use to the fullest extent. It's not really a donation, it's providing a service. And as for the dollar question, well, one, it is really important for everyone to understand this is an interlocal agreement with us and the CRA. And the CRA, thank you, Joan, for taking the lead on working on the contract itself, which is where all the detail is going to be. Maybe that should have been included as well, but you know, that was a realistic thing, because there was a problem that we encountered in terms of CRA jurisdiction, where we want this to operate. How are we going to fund it?
I've been on this. I mean, I've had conversations. I've been, you know.
Okay, so I'm just explaining it because, you know, you brought up these questions, and I'm just going to take a moment to explain it so that everyone is kind of on the same page. Is, you know, there are some jurisdictional issues on what the CRA covers, what they can technically fund versus what we can cover, what we can fund. And so, you know, Circuit was gracious to provide an example of how to work around that contractual issue, right? Because we're two separate organizations with two separate boards, and we're trying to pay for the same one service. And so that's kind of at the heart of this interlocal agreement. In terms of range, you know, there's definitely questions and a need and a want to expand it. Like one of the big ones that I brought up was connecting our Tri-Rail station to like the State College, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Really expensive for Circuit to, you know, well, not really expensive, but it's an added cost for Circuit. And then we identify, or, you know, I think Joan and I had a concurrent conversation with Tri-Rail, like I did specifically with Clinton, former, you know, he was the ED until he unfortunately passed, of Palmtran. And, you know, that was a question is, because they do throughout the county provide a free service where they connect, especially to like, you know, campuses and things like that. And we needed to kind of follow up on that conversation. He passed away. They're kind of, you know, dealing with that situation. I'm sure that's going to be a conversation that we have in the future where we can provide some sort of free connector between State College to Tri-Rail, which
And
will
that
bring
makes sense. Kids take Tri-Rail and
Yes.
then they get to
So
school.
that's why, for example, you know, the range is limited to Tri-Rail going west. As far as north and south, it is a cost thing. It is a pilot program, and it is kind of the hub of where most of our business district is, right? And one thing that you see, one thing that really blew me away from Circuit when I've had conversations with them is, they're really good at managing data. And we as in staff and like myself, we've met with other vendors as a potential, but Circuit really, what sets them apart is the data management and what they learn on how to better their system. And that's where the dollar comes from, because what they learned was, it could be totally free and people will use it, but then what happens is people will book a ride and then they don't show up and it's free, so they're not obligated to cancel it. But if you throw down even $1 for just an entire family, they're gonna follow through with that ride, or they're gonna be the courteous thing and cancel it. And that's kind of the reasoning behind it. It's on the CRA agreement. The on-demand is phenomenal. It seems like quite the undertaking. I mean, it really is impressive what they have accomplished in other municipalities. We, as Lake Worth Beach, if we take this on, and I hope we do, we would technically be the smallest market, if I'm not mistaken, who would take this on. And so they can just be extra efficient, I feel like. That's how I take it. And what they've seen, the other thing that blew me away is, when I first envisioned mobility and connection, I was like, tourists, especially once Gulfstream opens, Tri-Rail just spent a colossal amount of money to connect to the airport and, make improvements and stuff like that. So people can fly into Fort Lauderdale, Miami, they can come up here, this is a destination, they can take Circuit to Gulfstream when it's open, they can spend their time here, and this is a missing link. Connectivity is a missing link. And that was honestly, and I'm pretty knowledgeable on mobility, and that was honestly kind of what I was envisioning this as mostly being. Mm-hmm. But the thing that they blew me away is, that's not actually totally true. That's a big part of it, but the other big part that I think they were even surprised in some markets is that the people who are using this, because these, like the GEM cars, they have like this little, let's call it a trunk. It's like a tray. It's like a box in the back. And like a big use is they have customers who don't have a car, but they need to do grocery shopping. And if you've walked 8 blocks with bags of groceries, it's not very fun. Yeah. And so that's a big and heavy user of what drives it. And in terms of finding other funding opportunities, there's of course like TPA grants. I think Circuit is pretty good at getting grants, and I'm on governing board, that's helpful. But then there's also, we've talked about in the past, like advertising potential. It's obviously not going to pay for all of it, but it takes little chunks out of it here and there. When I had lunch with Lee, even he was asking a million questions about this, and he was just like, oh man, I want follow me to Benny's on one of those cars,
exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
And so, it's not a donation. This is a service. It's connectivity. If I'm going to channel Herman again, mobility. And it is a chunk of change. I'm going to call it a bit of a low-hanging fruit, just because we have a contractor who is really capable and has a proven business model of taking this on. And, thank you, Joan, for doing this work and bringing it together into a viable thing, because I remember, the first time I met one of your founders, it was, a year ago at least, and this is coming to fruition, and it's such an important thing, and people see it. Our beach businesses see it downtown, because we have this unique downtown where you can go over a bridge that has a very beautiful view of a natural area of our lagoon, and we have the best public beach in Palm Beach County, probably South Florida. Mm-hmm. We have one of the best downtowns according to that website. What is it, number 2?
Number 2?
I protest that. I think we're better than the one that was listed first, but we're more interesting for sure. And something that's missing, and by the way, our parking garage, which is underutilized. I'm going to just be brutally honest.
Yeah, really.
I'm just going to be brutally honest. Last time I checked the numbers on that, I think we were making like $100 a day on those things, and we. And we,
that was unfortunate.
It was the agreement that one of the first things I did when I started, the agreement that we were forced to do is we had to pay that developer nearly $3 million to build that garage in a location that, quite frankly, probably isn't ideal. It's not where I would have chosen to put that. So we paid them $3 million, and then on top of that, we pay them nearly $80,000 a year to rent out the spaces from the structure that we paid them to construct for us. It's not maybe the best deal that I would have gone for, but the bottom line is we have that garage, it's there, it's criminally underutilized. And something that's missing because of its location,
It's
solely
invisible.
because of its location. And the thing that's missing is this, it's the connectivity. If we want people to fill up that garage, it's connecting them. We'll talk about downtown parking soon. I'll take a beating over that, I'm sure. But yeah, this is a low-hanging fruit. That's a critical first step towards bringing us to, we like to sell ourselves as a walkable, easy mobility city, and quite frankly, we have these opportunities that we really need to capitalize on.
Yeah, and I'm not saying I'm against it. I think it's smart to raise some questions, and I think, the cost is something that, what if we had a cost for adults and a cost for children, for example, some sort of, so we're going to talk about cost later, is that the deal?
You could talk about it now. When Jamie and I met with Jason, one of the things that he brought up, and Jason is one of the VPs
Right.
of Circuit, was if you have a mom who has 3 kids, are you really going to want to charge $1 per child? The idea is to try to get people moving and trying to get people moving throughout the city and not to cause congestion and not to have parking issues and also mobility, because a lot of people on the west side do not have cars.
Right.
Do we really want to charge a family that much? So that's why we came up with, it was $1 either per individual or per family. But you guys are more than welcome to change it.
Yeah, $1 per family, I don't know, that sort of murkiness leaves me uncomfortable. What's a family, who's a family, that sort of thing. And I don't want to get, tied up, and I will vote for it. I'm in favor of Circuit happening. I'm concerned about us taking on a $100,000 obligation for an ongoing, I hope it works. I hope a lot of people use it. I'll take it to the beach. I agree with Lee, would love to have people up there because parking at the beach is often a problem. Ms. Stokes, let's just go down the row.
Oh, I was last, but I'm
Oh, all right.
I'm very, very short. So I'm totally in favor of this. I'm excited. I agree. I wish it could go further. This is a pilot program, and we'll get the data and we'll see, are there areas where we should be charging more? Are there areas where we should, we'll get the data back. I'm grateful that the CRA is taking this on and leading this with us, I think with the full support of your board.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. So let's get this thing going. We'll get the data. We'll adjust as needed. We'll see what other funding options are out there for us. Let's go.
So do you have a contract with them yet? We have you and I, we're voting on the interlocal, but in terms of, what obligation do they have to try to raise some revenue with advertising? Has that been addressed?
Yes, it is in the contract where if they raise any money for advertising or the money that comes from fees, it will be deducted from the city's obligation.
Right, but there's no obligation for them to go, I'm assuming they will. I'm assuming they'll want to work in.
I already know people who want to advertise on it.
Lee Lipton, for one.
Yeah, he is one.
Bidding war.
Mr. McVoy, really, Mr. McVoy?
Thank you. And Mayor, you've said that you support it, but you have concerns, but I haven't heard exactly what those concerns are other than the $1. I agree with the assessment that this is not a donation. Cities provide all sorts of services. Are our parks a donation?
I don't want to argue with you, that's just my thoughts, it's my things I thought about.
Well, okay, but
I'm voting for it.
It seems like part of the idea here is we have a concern about parking spaces. We have a concern about congestion of, vehicles on the road. We are building more things, which is only going to increase the number of vehicles on the road unless you do something else. We have issues in the community of people where transportation is an issue. Anybody who's at all involved in transportation talks a lot about last mile issues, and that's exactly this kind of thing deals with that. As far as the area, sure, I'd like to see it go further north and south too. It might be interesting to know, could Circuit give us a price? What would you do if we went up to 10th? What would you do? My house is at 15th, so I kind of like you to go to 15th, but hey, I'm negotiable. to get some idea. And my guess is what their response would be, we don't know,
Right.
but we're big on data and we'll tell you how it's working and let's revisit in a year when we got some data.
Exactly.
And that seems to me, everybody knows that GPS units are $40 at this point. If you want to buy them, put them in an Arduino, it's pretty easy to do. You can do all the fancy stuff that Lyft does of telling people your gadget is on its way and it's pretty close and sit tight. You can presumably, they're pretty good at the software stuff. If people stiff them and don't do a ride, you put a little note by their name, hey, or whatever way, they seem like they're pretty savvy from what I'm hearing. So I would guess that they will be able to tell us a lot of interesting things after a year. I suspect that we or they or somebody or the businesses are going to have to do some advertising because not everybody is going to know right away that this exists or, how can I use it?
Yep.
Is it really that I can call them up and say, hey, come get me?
No one's going to believe it.
No one's going to believe it. So it'll take a little doing to get the word out.
Sure,
but,
and we'll help with that. I mean, originally, just so you know, the idea was to start, some kind of commuter service because we know that 6th Avenue is under construction. Lake and Lucerne is now under construction. It's going to get worse before it gets better. We wanted a way for people to go from Tri-Rail to downtown to the beach. And again, if you look at our boundaries, we have, the CRA has all of Dixie Highway, but when you get 2 north and 2 south, it's just Dixie Highway. So in order to keep the costs below 100,000, which is kind of like our top limit that we wanted for the city, we had to condense it into an area. But, as Jason said, as this data comes along, and it doesn't have to be a year, it could be like 4
Could be
months
six-
from now.
exactly.
That we realize that, okay, here's the need over here, then we can do things.
Yeah.
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 They're very
that seems-
adaptable.
Yeah, no, I think it's pretty cool. I have no idea how it's going to work out. Brightline, for instance, did a thing where they would provide, initially they did it for free, and I think it was 5-mile radius or 5.5 miles. Well, that turned out to be just shy of my house again. We had somebody who was going down to Miami a lot, but we'd go pick them up at the 5-mile point. So it was still helpful. We're used to a society where everybody has their own car, and we all know that has a lot of downsides. So let's experiment with some things. Let's learn from what they've done in other communities, and let's go.
Yeah, and and it does go up to the Mid and the Deco Green on Dixie Highway.
No.
It's just 6th Avenue.
We got to have the Herman Mobility Highway piece.
What is this?
So it's not the whole CRA district.
Oh, they redid.
No, it can't be the whole, well, I mean, it can't be the whole CRI district. We don't have enough money budgeted in our account, in our budget, and I don't believe the city does either at this point. I think the important part about this is that what Jason told us from Circuit is that when applying for grants, they're really looking for connectors. So if we are successful in this particular area, and like I said, we can move it a few streets this way or that way, our application, which actually I'm working on the first one right now, we would be able to then connect to other services a little bit easier. So whether it be Tri-Rail or PalmTran or, the regular bus service or, what have you, we would already have a leg up on that because we already have something established.
Yeah.
It just seems like, the Mid and the Deco Green, those are, potentially large groups of people that would come downtown.
Would they consider just a little, rather than say moving 10th to 15th, that's an
Well, that's
important number to
16.
remember, or some street that they just say, hey, we would go a little further up Dixie.
It's more than a little further though, because we're talking about 17th or 18th.
It's 10 blocks.
Yeah.
It's 10 blocks, right?
I don't know. I have no
it's a missed
idea. They may say,
opportunity.
no, that's crazy, that's going to cost us an arm and a leg, we can't do that. But I think the mayor's point that those are concentrations, and we all know with transportation,
And the
concentrations
parking
are
up there is a
helpful.
problem.
I don't know. You could ask them. See what they
always
say.
ask.
Always ask.
Always
You
ask.
can always ask. Okay, Ms. Malega.
Last but not least, thank you. So I use this transport when I go skiing and snowboarding very often because.
Here?
No, I said when I go skiing and snowboarding. And it's an app and it's great. And like Park City has one and most of the major out west cities have an app where you just go to, and there's sometimes I have to schlep all my stuff in snow gear 4 blocks to get to the nearest pickup station. So people who do use this kind of technology are used to having to put, some skin in the game by walking a block or 2 to get to the nearest pickup. So having that right at your door is a plus. I've never seen that before. Usually it's designated stations where you have to go to, and it's right on your app. I'm all for $1 an adult, and kids are free. I think that's a great way to do it, and it could be easy across the board. I also think this is going to help us downtown with people who've had a couple too many cocktails, and then they don't have to worry about how they're going to get home. I love that idea because it keeps people from drinking and driving.
Only if they live between 7th Avenue North and
But I'm
6th
saying we have a lot of
Avenue
people who drink too much and get in a golf cart, and they shouldn't be on their golf cart driving
South.
home,
But
or
they go farther north.
just saying. We also have, the 55 and over community coming, but that's at 8th Avenue South.
Right.
So when we're talking about these pockets of people, I think this is a great asset for something like that project that's coming at 8th Avenue South. So to me, if we're going to do it, and I find myself sometimes struggling to support something like this when my community needs fencing around a cemetery and I'm voted down hard on it. So I need you guys to remember this when I'm sitting here supporting stuff for you, and I know that my residents are going to be very happy because this is an asset that I think is going to help build the city up. And like I said, when people come and they're staying in an Airbnb or they're staying at a hotel, to have this to be able to get around and not have to rent a car, I think is an asset, right? I think the businesses in town are going to be happy to advertise on it and see their name go by when, it's all positive stuff. I just think that we really need to look at these things that everyone's bringing up and maybe move it to, okay, we know we have this big development coming at 8th Avenue South, and we know that it's a senior population, and we know we have people up at the Mid and the Bohemian. What would it look like if we said, okay, there's one pickup zone, and maybe it's not at the Mid or the Bohemian, but maybe it's at 12th Avenue, and somebody has to walk to a bus shelter at 12th Avenue to get on it. I think that we can work through it, but I support the project.
I support it. I just have some questions. I see your lights back on, and I see Mr. Brown's lights on.
Yeah, why would you call out the golf cart drivers like that? I'm just kidding.
Well, they all live north of 7th Avenue North, so.
Yeah, I know.
Really?
You know how they operate.
I've ridden
yeah.
in those golf carts.
We've seen it, yeah. But I think the question of bringing it up for the Mid or Deco Green or Madison Terrace when that comes online, that's a really great question. I just wanted to kind of point out that when it comes to mobility planning and especially transit, the thinking behind that is, and we're not Manhattan. It's not a huge thing, but when you send a car over to where Madison Terrace is going to be, and they drop someone off there, well, that car has to drive back to its service area, and I can just kind of safely assume all transport companies, Circuit tends to want to operate with as much occupancy as possible. So they go to one destination, drop someone off, pick someone up, and so that they always have people in the cars. And that's kind of the main thing. But I do think as we get data, I'm confident, hopeful that we will get to that point probably sooner than we think, and maybe before the year.
What about $1 per adult? That's what I said. $1 adult, kids are free. Well, it was family. That's what I said. I didn't know what family meant. So $1 per adult? Kids are free. And kids are free.
Not to interrupt Mr. Brown, but again, the thought behind $1 was because it's per booking, because you just want, when somebody books a trip, you don't want them to back out. And the $1 is really per booking, family booking, whatever you want to call it. The bottom line is they throw down $1 so that if they do cancel, they actually go through the app and say, I'm canceled, so that the driver doesn't show up to have nobody there and then kind of waste that time. So that's kind of the reasoning behind that. So I want to throw that out there. So I'm okay with it being $1 per family or booking or whatever it may be, because the main obstacle is to make sure that we kind of stem the cancellations.
Do we think that $2 per booking and not worry about how many adults are not?
I could live with that.
Is that still in range,
Yeah.
that it's not going to inhibit that many people?
I could live with that.
Up to you.
Yeah. So when you get to that point where you're doing that contract, do we have consensus on the $2?
I think this is challenging too, because, has your board already agreed to the $1 booking or no?
No, we're going to talk about it on the 30th.
Okay.
Okay.
when we have a meeting as well, unfortunately.
I would consult also with Circuit and say, does $1 work for them? Is that enough skin that people, in their experience, have
That's what
generally?
they've told us, $1
Yeah.
is enough.
Yeah.
But it's up to you.
Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I was going to just mention one benefit that really has not been spoken about yet, and kind of going back, I guess, a call back to Commissioner McVoy during your commissioner comments and the graphs that you showed, with it being yes, and we were all here last summer. We know what it felt like last summer. The actual walking, if you're having to move like a few blocks or even 4 or 5 blocks, it is
pretty
brutal.
total.
It's hard. It's
pretty
during the
total.
summertime. So that's, I think, a benefit that we really haven't talked about, but it's getting to the point where it's making people not want to really move around or do much during the summer months. It's getting really bad. So I
That's
just
a
wanted to kind of mention
very
that.
good
But
point.
a service like this, if you don't have transportation or you don't have a bike, even biking sometimes can be, I know it's going to offend you, but going a couple blocks in the summer months, I mean, you arrive sometimes and you're just drenched.
Yeah.
So depending on what you're going to, that could be an issue. So.
I don't go out in the summer. Yeah, no, I have welcomed it. I've met with them. I think it's a great idea. I want to bring it in. But I would like to see the $2 if we could do that. It's not, that contract is not written in stone yet with them, is it, for the price? So we won't have the opportunity to meet with your CRA on the 30th because we have our meeting here. But you're going to be coming back after the 30th, correct? Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Can I ask a question?
Sure. Yeah, we have.
I just, without digging into, I trust kind of the conversations that you guys have been having about finding that right number. So is $2, does that get, when you jump from $1 to $2, does it get less desirable or does it not matter? Different people have different economic situations. So I'm assuming that the dollar was picked for a reason based on, they've done this all over the place. So is that kind of standard for them or?
They go anywhere from $1 to $4.
Okay.
Just depending on the location and just because of our demographics, I just thought my personal feeling was $1 was good.
Because when I talked to them, we discussed 2, but we don't have to have that conversation tonight. Yeah, your meeting on the 30th that's why you're at the Hatch on the 30th?
Oh,
So we can't talk on the 30th. We'll be here on the utilities meeting.
that's right.
So,
Wait, we have a comment? Do we have a comment?
I see Mr. Brown's back on.
I had a real quick question, just doing a clarification. So I know we've thrown out $2, we were talking about $1. I guess what is the consensus? Do we want to rely on what Circuit has to say as far as what their data has shown and what they feel would be a good fare to utilize? Or are we saying we definitely would just want to say we want $2 per booking?
I would vote for rely on Circuit.
I
They're
like
the
$2
pros.
because, the tourists can help us offset instead of the city paying for it.
I have 2 cards before we vote.
I'd say put it in the talk to them and then empirically, let's see how it goes. See what they're feeling, would people let them ask people, would you do this if it was $2?
We're coming out with a survey as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Are lazy and they will pay you $10 to go to McDonald's.
Public comment, Mr. Conboy? It's a good
Gonna
thing I know
cost
your
you
last
$1
name
to
because
come
your
up here.
penmanship is hideous.
I was scrambling to get it in at the last minute.
And see, you had all the time in the world, as it turns out.
I figured that out. So Thomas Conboy, 30 South M Street, business owner. First off, I'm sure you guys have heard how much I love the walkable city that we have and how much I believe that a connector from Tri-Rail to the beach, to the downtown, to even the college could really be a game changer. We talked about trolleys, we talked about gondolas, and I met the executive director of Circuit last January at a Chamber of Commerce meeting, and I was extremely impressed. First off, he's local, right? exist in West Palm Beach. They do San Francisco, multiple other cities, so it's not that they're just focused here, but because they're local, they're going to make sure this is a success. We are the smallest city that they're taking on. So there's going to be some changes that we're going to need to take place. One thing I would consider is currently, as Dr. McVoy mentioned, Brightline Circuit comes like almost to our city or into our city.
Right.
If we can talk to them about a connector there, then we could go
deal.
to Brightline.
Right.
So I think that should be in the discussion when you talk to Circuit. I don't know if it's possible, and I'm also excited about the grants that they might bring to the table for future years. And so I'm excited about moving forward with this. I think it's going to definitely be tweaked at the next round. I think we're going to learn from it. I love the fact that they are data intensive.
Right.
They really keep track of their data and they compare it to other cities. And on the trolley issue, after talking with the executive director of Circuit, I am convinced this is a much more efficient,
Much more.
much more cost savings to us. And some of the cities that currently have trolleys are moving to the Circuit base.
Like West Palm.
So I am 100% for this, and I'm excited that it looks like it's going to go forward. Thank you,
Thank you
guys.
very much. Ramsey McLeod. She wants to be a driver. I said, Sarah thinks you want to drive for Circuit.
Silly girl. Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. I support this service, but I have concerns about moving forward with this expenditure because we don't have good figures for what the cost will actually be. In the vendor's presentation, they offered a set course for delivering a fixed route Smart Stop e-transit vans, the more expensive of the two options. But now that route has been expanded considerably, and I found no backup documentation providing new cost figures for this change. The CRA is contributing $100,000, and the city is to match that amount. But we have no guarantee that $200,000 will be enough. Also, will the CRA be contributing $100,000 on an annual basis? If not, that will mean the city will have to foot the entire bill. And again, we don't have that cost. Also, I don't see any options for funding resources. When the water plant came to you wanting to use ARPA money to fund finding a vendor to create a design for an aging structure, you were quick to deny it, advising they needed to seek funding from state and federal sources. Well, Commissioner Diaz, since you are the representative at the TPA, what monies have you secured for them for this project? Have you queried state and federal resources for funding? Also, the vendor assumes parking and charging is covered by the city. What does this actually mean? Will they be taking up electric charging parking spaces, 3, in the Bohemian Garage to store and charge their fleet? If so, are we giving up public parking spaces and that revenue to support this? I do not see this as a need for the city right now, particularly when we have genuine infrastructure issues that need funding. I would encourage you to postpone making a decision on this until we have the citywide mobility survey results, better cost figures from the vendor, and you have a plan to budget for this service on a continuing basis. We did have a trolley service years ago, but you couldn't maintain funding, so it was dropped. I don't want to see us to go down that path again and waste taxpayers' money.
Thank you. Where will they park?
There are 3 vehicles will most likely park at the Bohemian, although they have, just today, our electric utility director contacted Jason, and he let them know all the various locations that they could charge throughout the city. I believe there's about 5, soon to be City Hall included. So they will have the option of charging in different places.
And they'll
there's-
pay for the charging like
Yes,
everybody else?
but there's
Okay.
only 3 vehicles.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Jennifer Hudson. Just in the nick of time.
Yes, thank you very much for that. Jennifer Hudson, 1221 North M Street. I do have a couple of questions, and I apologize, I did not get to look at the attachment. So will this run just till 10 p.m.? Is that what the contract is? I know when that we had the presentation, it would only run till 10. I just have a concern if that's
me to
the
answer?
situation. Like that we were only going to offer the service till 10 p.m. at night.
It depends. I honestly don't remember off the top of my head, but I know that during the week it was till 10, and then on the weekends it's later.
Oh, it is later on the weekend?
Yeah.
Okay. What was it, 10 o'clock, what is it? Yeah, because that is my concern. Overall, the idea, because when I'm here during the week, you go out there, there's downtown, there isn't a ton of people. So, and we're only using it in the short space, which I understand it's a pilot program, there's potential for it to grow. But what about also if we do have it later at night? My feeling is if you want to, because I think $1 is enough for families, but at night when people are having a drink, $2 or $3 is
Yeah, really.
perfectly fine. And really, that's the idea, you know what I mean? Yeah,
After
to
6
really
o'clock?
charge more because that's the crowd that's going to be using it. Maybe help defray the cost. And also, if we could do it later on the weekends, I think we could actually make it $5. People will pay whatever because.
I know, this is a great idea.
Anyway,
do it.
thank you.
Can you ask them about a variable cost structure?
Like after 6 o'clock? Because that's when, 6 o'clock, I mean, I've lived my life downtown, and 6 o'clock is when you can't get a parking space. I mean, it really fills up when people.
How about you
start coming.
blow into a breathalyzer and the number is what you pay?
Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Data-based.
Madam Clerk?
Mayor, I do not, but there's 3 minutes and 26 seconds remaining of your conversation.
Do I have a vote?
Motion to approve.
We did
Second.
that already.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, all in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. I think it's exciting. I want to see it work.
Thank you.
I hope it does. I hope it does. But I think that $2 after 6 o'clock is a good idea. Really penalize drinkers. Okay, next one, B, ordinance number 2020, we walk home. 2024-1, first reading. Mr.
Thank you. Ordinance number 2024-01 of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 16, Pensions and Retirement, Article 2, Employees Retirement System, Division 2, Pension Plan, amending Section 16-43C3, Deferred Retirement Option Plan, to provide that the drop earnings shall be an annualized rate equal to the September 30th one-year rate of expected investment return minus 1%. And for severability, the repeal of laws of conflict codification and an effective date.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Ms. Malega?
My question is, since I don't sit on the pension board, we had a union interview for endorsements this week, and one of the questions that came up is COLA raises to the union pension. When would that be an appropriate conversation, since I don't sit on the pension board and you guys negotiate with the union and then bring us what you've negotiated? When do we have that kind of conversation? I mean, this just appeared on the agenda, right? Like, we haven't heard about this until, here you go.
Right.
You know, because none of us, except for the mayor, sit on the pension board. So we really don't know what's happening until it comes before us.
Hi, I'm Lauren Slayton. I'm the Director of Human Resources for the city. I'm not following your question, Commissioner Malega. I'm
My
sorry.
question is, this just came before us. So obviously, you, the pension board, somebody has been having this conversation.
The pension board has been having this conversation.
Okay.
And this is merely to replace the original COLA figure because it was based on a CPI that doesn't exist anymore. So they needed something to calculate the drop, and that's this figure.
So this is based off, this is going to be the COLA increase.
Yeah, and this is for our retires, for
Right.
our pension, but this went through I got approval from all three unions. So
Okay.
they had chance to review this, the pension board discussed it, sent it to me. We distributed it to our pension attorney as well as the unions, and nobody had a problem with it.
Great. Ms. Stokes?
Yeah, my impression was that this was kind of a cleanup because of it just no longer exists, so we do this.
Exactly.
But then we will still have shade sessions moving forward to discuss all the other union negotiations because we don't negotiate in public.
Yeah, this is really just a
This is-
pension cleanup
yeah.
issue, you're correct. As far as the union negotiations, we've already set up our introductory meetings for February. Now, those will be just to set the rules, the process, who's going to be on the team, do some interviews and make sure that we're on the same page. And then we will, at those meetings, we'll set up the future dates for negotiating. That's with all three unions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Moving right along. C, consideration of a proposed plat Cloisters 3 for the properties at 508, 510, and 530 South Federal Highway, commonly known as the Cloisters Project. Do we have Mr. Waters? Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Mr. Waters?
This is a rather perfunctory action. It's very similar to the one that you took for the Gulfstream Hotel early back in December. You may be familiar with the Cloisters. It's already an existing townhome complex. The people that purchased some additional land who developed it had gotten approval to add, I think, 15 additional townhomes. And they have finally, it's taken a very long time, to get their plat reviewed and meeting all the requirements that it has to have. I will caution that in the staff report, you'll notice that design approval entitlement is going to run out fairly soon. And so the plat may move forward without the approval. And you would just have townhouse lots that would have to come back at some point and be reauthorized under a new entitlement, or they could design a different project there. But this is the only way they can move forward to actually pull building permits for it. There is one caveat that we're waiting on a signature of the attorney for the applicant in reviewing the, I believe, and so that your approval is predicated that signature comes through.
So this is the empty lot just north?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
and what about, does it include the corner, or is that the 530, which is the corner, or?
The corner is not included, no.
Okay, it's just that one, okay.
Yeah.
No, it says 530.
Well,
I'm just
it
asking.
doesn't go all the way up to that street. There's a little piece that's left out
Right.
at the very top of the street. I'm
So-
not sure what the
So
address is.
530 is part of that
I
big
believe.
empty lot. I will say they're the best-looking townhouses we have in the city.
They are the townhouses that generate the largest tax base.
And
of
I
any other
also like the
townhouse.
fact that we don't have to keep cleaning up the dumping that
Right.
happens on that lot, which is
Okay.
like whack-a-mole.
Okay, we have a motion with a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, very
Aye.
good, thank you. Next up is consideration of agreement with Shen Moore and Associates to prepare an open space recreation master plan for the city of Lake Worth Beach. Who's going to, do you have a motion?
Motion.
To do what?
Motion to approve the agreement.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you.
Again, William Waters, Community Sustainability Director. As you recall, during the budget discussions for FY24, you appropriated, I think it's $225,000 to do an open space recreation master plan. Chen Moore is our standing CCNA provider for a variety of services. Nielsen Zacharias, the representative, is actually here. They did an extraordinary job on a similar study for Tequesta that had a great deal of community outreach and public participation. Nielsen's here that she can, show you some of those examples. They were provided as backup in the agenda item. I do caution that the 3 city staff people who are going to be kind of taking the lead on this were interim city manager Brown, former Ledger Services Director Bennett, and myself. We are all a little strained in terms of our existing responsibilities. I've lost staff, Leisure Services is empty, Mr. Brown has a whole new job. But a lot of the data and analysis and outreach that can happen with very little input from staff. And hopefully over the next few months, we will have some of those positions filled, and then we can get, as I would call it, rocking and rolling. More than likely, this will be rolled over into FY25.
Okay. And can we just have a little overview of what they're going to do? You sat here so long. I want to make it worth your while.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I am Nilsa Zacharias, Director of Planning of Chen Moore and Associates. I have been providing planning services to the city of Lake Worth Beach, I believe, for more than 10 years. I've been working with Mr. Waters, Mr. Jamie Brown. We work together to prepare the comprehensive plan that is part of your city now. The reason this city is a sustainable city and truly aim to be more sustainable in the future is because we have worked together in 2016, 2017, until the comprehensive plan was adopted in 2018. So based on that immense amount of work that we did through the comprehensive plan, there was an extensive review of the open space element of your comprehensive plan. And at the time, we put together specific policies to address the lack of open space, the lack of neighborhood parks that you have in the city. The reason, if you look at on your package, you will see that this is the parks map of the city, and it's truly telling, when we put together this at the time, was truly telling the need of neighborhood parks. Also, I just want to share with you, we conducted a very intense master plan for the village of Tecuesta. We prepared this type of posters that, as you see, has a QR code. So, and people were able to actually just scan with their phone and answer the surveys. We also prepared these business cards, and I actually want to share with you this business card.
Will you have like meetings, open public meetings?
Yes.
Yes, so these business cards we provided to all the residents,
Thank you.
business owners, when they
great.
stop by
Wow.
on the kiosk. So, and they were able to scan and to answer also the survey. As part of the public outreach, I just want to read all what it entitles. There will be a survey, there will be in-person interviews, also kiosk. The kiosk to me are critical. For example, for the street painting, we will be there on the same tent with the city staff, and we will be providing this, and so they can answer survey, and also we'll have hard copies because each person answer
Right.
different way. So, and open houses, we can conduct it here, we can conduct it on a community place, also public workshops. For us, for the project team, it's critical to have different venues to actually reach out to the community. Not everybody feels comfortable coming to the city hall, so we meet with them at the kiosk of the different city events. So there are the cross venues, that's what it make the process a success. This was the plan that we put together and was adopted by the village council. And it has very, it shows, for example, the police was having an event, so we have our tent with the police. They were having a sharing a paper party or something like that. So we tag along the city's events. And that was one of the ways to reach out. Obviously, there will be also public meetings here to be conducted. And then at the end of the day, and I want to read this, one of the main purpose of the plan is this. The final document will allow the city of Lake Worth Beach to assess current and future recreational needs, evaluate feasible options, and budget for long-term or phase-in development and improvements. So you will have a working document that will allow you to, will provide you guidance and policy direction to local government decision makers. So it will be a very practical document.
Thank you. I know Mr. Smith is probably listening because he's concerned, he's the guy that talks about the playground at the northeast corner. So he'll have an opportunity to have input like the rest of us. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And I want to interject too that Nielsen will be back with us on February 6th to give you a presentation about our neighborhood planning initiative. And that's something we've been working on for longer than I want to admit, and we're hoping we can get your support to kick it off, and we can kind of cross over and have an individual neighborhood outreach as part of that initiative to funnel in information to her work, hopefully on the open space recreation master plan, because each neighborhood's needs and desires when it comes to recreation and are a little different.
Right, of course. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, William, for mentioning the 6th. I was actually going to mention that as well. Another one of the things that had kind of been on the back burner for a long time that should have been brought forward a while ago. But the other thing I wanted to kind of tack on to what Nils had mentioned was finally having this plan put together, grants. It
Right.
allows us to now finally reach out and start looking for grant money that's there because, as we said before, if you don't have plans like this put together, no one's
Right.
going to give you money and say, "Oh, trust us, just give it to us.
Right.
We'll do something
We'll
with
figure it out.
Yeah, so things like this are things we have to get in place if we want to get grant money to actually start doing the things we want to do.
Thank you. Mr. McVoy?
Yeah, thank you. I think everybody up here is in favor of more parks and more open space. I don't think anybody's going to have a problem with that. A couple questions, though, and I think probably all of us are on board with the idea that you got to have some sort of a plan if you're going to apply for grants, and grants is likely to be one of our funding sources. That seems pretty likely. But a couple questions. One is, do we in fact have any open space that you could put a park in? And the answer is, well, there's a piece of the golf course that you might be able to use. Beyond that, how much do we have that we can say that we want more parks? We could adopt typical objectives that communities do and say, I want a park of at least stroller size or something within some distance, or half a mile or a quarter a mile or whatever it is, or some walking time in the heat. And we could say that's a nice objective, but do we in fact have any possibility to do that? So, and to put it in more context, my biggest concern is that I've heard from a lot of people in the community. We all got some emails just before this meeting. I don't think they were in time to get into public comment, but we all got emails where everybody I shouldn't say everybody in the community, but a lot of people in the community are very interested in a better tree canopy here. And you can kind of talk about, should the whole city be somewhat more park-like in the sense of a better tree canopy? And is that given especially our open space limitations, is that a better way to move our resources, or is it a partial way to do it? And the question that was raised to me by a number of residents is, could we adjust the mix here a little bit and say, all right, of this current proposed contract, what is the minimum that we would need to make sure we're eligible for grants? And could we redirect some of the funds, because we all know we don't have infinite funds here, into actually planting trees, which might not need that much study, it just needs getting done, and trees bought, and people planting them. Would that get at some of the objectives and optimize both our accessibility for grants and moving us along the way on tree canopy that has been widely expressed at previous meetings? And
I would not recommend bifurcating or splitting what we pulled together as a task order, because one of the limitations that we're hoping to address is identifying the opportunities of where we can either collaborate or access open space in more creative ways. And I'll give you an example. A study would be establishing the baseline for which we can possibly charge a recreation impact charge. We don't do that. Setting we can actually require developments of a certain size to provide certain types of recreational opportunities, and also facilitate improving where we can plant and how we might plant trees in areas that are not the city. The city's limited on where it can put trees except in the middle of a park. And we want to try to identify how can we collaborate with neighborhoods to identify either neighborhood approaches to plant trees on private property, because you're unfortunate in one way is that our sidewalks butt up against the curb.
Right.
And so providing tree canopy is going to end up being on property. But how can we come up with a program that collaboratively works between the city and the property owner or owners to increase that tree canopy? We want to look at that, and maybe we can identify certain areas of the city that can provide a shade stop, for instance.
Shade
I
what?
won't call it a shade stop. So versus a bus stop, it's an area where we can create some tree canopy where you can sort of hang out for a moment while you're on your else. And it's
Like
really
a circuit pickup.
it's very fortuitous that we're moving forward on our projects with mobility plans. So all this I envision coming together in FY25, that not only are we tackling mobility and trees and open and that, and as Mr. Brown mentioned, getting a grant and having 3 goals that we're trying to achieve versus 1, we will stand a much greater chance of being awarded that money.
Thank you. Ms. Malega?
Thank you. First thing, Yannick was out when I wanted to get an answer on this question. Why didn't we go out to bid for this type of a contract?
Because we have a continuing service contract called CCNA with a variety of entities that provide this type of service. And as I understood it, because we have entities on board that provide that service that had already been through an RFP process and were selected, we could choose from them.
Was this part of the scope of work when they did their RFP?
It's planning work, yes.
Okay. My second question is when I hear everybody say green space, and part of some objection that I heard from the dais on the cemetery fencing was, well, it's green space and everybody should have access. So if we're going to approve this, I want the cemeteries included. The cemeteries have trees. The cemeteries are our biggest land that we have as far as the Pinecrest one on A Street.
All city property open space is going to be evaluated. That would include the
I looked
cemeteries.
at the map and I only see one little dot, and it's
Right.
nowhere near the cemeteries, and cemeteries aren't listed. So I'm going to ask that it
Well,
be
that map
spelled
is
out.
for parks, not cemeteries. But
Well,
this
that's what I
whole
said. There's
plan,
nothing in here that says cemeteries.
well, this plan is going to include all open space, which would include cemeteries. It will include open space if we have it at 1900.
Okay, so I would like that specified in here, because I'm going to continue until the day I get kicked off of the seat to fight for the cemeteries that have been strongly neglected. And if we can come up with a plan to make them more user-friendly, I would love for us to include them in this. I hate the fact that,
Oh, it's on the list. I see IA Banks Cemetery on the list.
I didn't see it anywhere. I
Number 26.
even looked at I even put my bifocals on.
And Pinecrest is 29.
Well, maybe that's because you're on your computer. Yeah. When you look at the map that's in here, you can't read any of the anything that's at the bottom.
But it's on the
For the
list.
map
It's-
legend?
It's on the list. It's not on the map. It's on the list. Pinecrest, Wingfield, it's quite inclusive, actually.
And I just, my only continued fear is we keep doing studies in this city and nothing gets done with them. And I have penny sales tax to really improve 2 cemeteries that need to be improved and move forward. And now we're talking about a project that's going to go, this is just a study that's going into 2025, when we could have approved a cemetery fence for IA Banks and been in the process of getting it completed way before 2025. So again, I'm only up here because I'm representing the people in District 1 and their voice of what they want. And there's, again, I'm going to support this stuff, but I'm asking my colleagues to just please pay attention to the stuff that I support, because there is a big need out there in District 1 to take care of our cemeteries. And I'm sure my phone and my email is going to blow up tomorrow that I supported this stuff, but yet, what are we getting in District 1? So just keep that in mind.
On the list. Mr. Diaz?
Yeah, thank you for this. This has been in the hopper for a long time. And I think it's really important to point out that this is also this is a.
Oh, do we have to have excuse me, do we have to have a motion to go past 10?
Probably.
I think so.
I'm keeping an eye on Madam Mayor.
All right,
We can do it now.
Well, let's just go ahead and do it now.
Yeah, might as well.
Motion to extend.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, that's unanimous.
Good thinking.
Mr. Diaz?
Yeah, so thank you for taking this on, and I think it's really important to highlight, because those are all really good questions, and the tree canopy thing, and what William brought up is so critical. What can we do to encourage developers, homeowners to do their part in that role, and I'm looking forward to having that conversation long run, and sorry, just the chatter is a little distracting. But so one thing I've brought up in the beginning, since really since day one, I've been in this seat, and I've had this conversation with Mr. Brown and others. This is a really substantial part of something bigger, and that is a look at our, what I would call our growth management. It's not just our comp plans and LDRs. It's like, how do we encourage homeowners like, Mango Groves? It seems like every house that's being redone, they're cutting down the mango trees. And it's like, what can we do as a city to discourage that or encourage people to protect it? And I think in terms of growth management, we're a little bit limited because that's Tallahassee's usually take on these things, but there's still things that we can do to take that work. And in this green space, look at all of our assets and how we can improve it. It's a big chunk, but it isn't all encompassing, because also, simultaneously, one thing that's in the hopper that Mr. Waters is working on is like abandonment of some of our properties. We have these, I don't even know how to describe them. They're barely big enough to build a sidewalk, except why would you? Because they end in a dead end, and they're basically functionally useless properties that we own as a city, and they're frankly a burden. Or maybe it's a piece of property that is already, the neighbors have taken over, and they have a rightful claim of adverse possession on it, things like that. And that's something else that William is looking at these properties so that we can go down and look at the ones that need attention, like the cemeteries, and how do we focus on and devote our resources to that, as opposed to having so many things that we own. The recent one we did was the auto place at Bob Davis, right? Great example. Why do we own that? Why do we have resources, and why do we even maintain that in our portfolio when there's so many things that need attention? So this is a really important study. Yeah, it is. It does take a while, but it's part of something bigger. It's not just insulated.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Stokes?
I have a question for, I'm not sure who, but could be for William. So shortly after I got elected, I know I had reached out to you and said, how can we provide more things in my district? Because we don't have any options. And we're trying to look at those, like 14th Avenue South, where it's like right-of-ways. And we don't have anything like continuous that we can like build an actual like bike path through or anything like that, like we've seen happen on the west side of town. But are we gonna be looking at those types of spaces as well, like within the neighborhood, to see if or do we just know that they all kind of, one half of the alleyway was abandoned to the property owners, the other wasn't, it doesn't connect, they're kind of just.
Well, Mr. Brown and I were discussing that, I think it was earlier today. That's going to be a different conversation, because what that property can be used for doesn't necessarily fall under open space. But we will be evaluating where there may be opportunities to obtain open space or create open space where there isn't any now. As an example, I would love to be able to reach out and see if we can work with some of the schools to see, can you cordon off some portion of your property to allow something to happen there after hours versus it being like a prison, and the kids are locked in it during the day and then they're locked out at night. That may be a pipe dream, but when I was a kid, when we finally moved to town, walked down the street, played on the swing sets at the school, we played tag there, all that kind of stuff, and there was no problem at all. Granted, that was half a century ago.
So are you going to be engaging with the schools? I know residents who have been really
We're going
wanting
to do
use,
our
like, the
best.
track.
They were
after
difficult
hours
to
and
engage on
things
the
like-
mobility plan, but we will follow a similar track and do our best to get in touch with them.
Right.
Yeah, really.
Okay, so
Seeing what it do.
the actual like right-of-ways in the neighborhood would be not part of this study. Like if,
There'll be something different in the future. They could be, as long as they serve a transportation type purpose, they could be improved. But they can't be a park.
and the ones that dead end into the intercoastal.
All of them are right-of-ways. So they all have to serve a transportation purpose, or they can be
I think the
abandoned.
vice mayor talked about kayaks, if those count.
Well, you're stealing my question.
You've said it so many times.
Well, and I'm waiting for some movement on it. A question for you on exactly
Go
that
ahead,
one,
Mr.
or
McVoy.
maybe for Nilda, either way. Is that areas that used to be, that are right away, are they locked in stone forever to be right-of-ways, or is there a way that you can decommission them and make them into
We
something else?
created 3 linear trails along rights-of-way that were not abandoned. They still serve a transportation purpose.
I've biked on them, so.
And
I'm
so in
feeling
theory,
they're
if we can
protected.
create a basis of transportation, moving people, something could potentially happen between a street and along that right-of-way to the intercoastal somewhere else. But it has to be a form of moving a public purpose in terms of transportation. Otherwise, it has to be abandoned. And I think the city attorney's office did some research in that, and Ms. Godot, I think, has some background on, or Ms. Linehan, and this came up before, but it can't be turned into a park. Now, in a convoluted, weird way, and I'm going out and playing an attorney today, we could abandon the rights of way to each owner and then agree to buy it back. And then it's actually a parcel and it could be made a park.
So that's what I'm looking for, is creative ways. I'm also willing to
Listen,
say.
I can come up with enough creative ways that'll make your head spin.
There you go. That's what we like. You know, and somebody like me with a cart and my kayak behind the bicycle, I am now transporting myself and a vehicle to the intercoastal, so it is still transportation. And if you would put a few shade trees and a place for me to lock the bike, hey, because that interest, that's my, you know, long-winded to the request.
And I'm sure we'll hear that request when we get to Bryant Park and what is it? Lakeside and that neighborhood, the name went out of my head, South Palm Park, and then Pineapple Ridge.
Well, also north is where, I mean, I've got somebody who's been bugging about it. He's given up on bugging me because nothing has moved on it for 2 years. All we needed on that one was just put a friggin' gate in the railing that's there so somebody could open up and get their kayak out. But let's, you know, I'm for it. I'd like to see more money spent sooner on trees, and I know there's a lot of people in the community that feel the same. But if this is what it has to be to get to that, then, you know, let's do it. But let's include creative ways to that access to the lagoon, something that Commissioner Diaz has pointed out. It is one of our big access, and it used to be when we were a smaller city, as we saw in the historical photos and slash pines all over, people just went down to the coast and, you know, they went in. We should be able to let kids, adults get in and out of that. And if we have to buy, sell, whatever, let's just do that and make that possible.
I just wanted to clarify that task 1.5 also includes tree inventory, urban
Right.
forestry, canopy analysis. So all of that is part of the plan.
And it's interesting because I happen to remember the 1.5. My only concern there is that, and I'm a tree guy. I'm totally a tree guy. I'm into botany and I'd like to know where they are and what species and all that sort of stuff and what condition. Does that add a lot of cost? Because if it does, and we can trade that for planting some trees, I would say let's be creative and do as much of the tree canopy stuff, because you really are interested in area, not in individual trees anyhow. Do that with remote sensing that's cheaper, or crowdsource some of it. You've got a tree board.
That
Phones
that
give you
task
GPS
item
data.
is not an overly large component of the budget, and we're updating an existing tree canopy survey that we had done 5
A
or
while
6 years
ago.
ago that will make use of some of the technology that Ms. Zacharias' office has had. And don't forget that you did authorize $50,000 like a month and a half ago.
I was
to be
just gonna
spent
talk
on
about
trees.
that.
That's something else we've got to bring back to you is like, all I know is there's $50,000 to spend on trees. And I think Mr. McGrew, the city horticulturist, we're putting
Well,
together here the options as to like who plants them, where do they actually go, what species we're going to get, all that kind of stuff.
Well,
So that's coming back to you hopefully soon.
okay, I mean, that $50,000 that we appropriated, which the ladies worked really hard to get, and we all supported it. What's the time frame? When do you think you'll come back with the?
That they're going to be very unhappy based on, they would like it spent yesterday,
Well-
and we're not going to have a lot of definitive information to move forward on until at least the summer.
Well, or maybe the summer, but my feeling is I really, you know, this is wonderful, I'm going to vote for it, but I would like to see, I don't think we need to, you know, that's $50,000, how many trees is that? I would like to see that happen at the same time you're doing that. I don't want to wait till this report is in.
We weren't planning to
look
do
at
that. We were going to
That was
collaborate
my
with you all.
that was my understanding, that we
Yes.
kind of move forward on that pretty quickly. Mr.
Yes.
Brown?
Yeah, I just wanted to remind everyone that, so that kind of goes into the RFQ that I'd mentioned putting out during my city manager comment. That I had tasked the tree board with putting together the qualifications that we want to put into that actual scope for the RFQ.
Right, but I would like to see that $50,000, I don't think it's rocket science to figure out where in the park you want to plant some trees. So I'd like to see that going on almost as a separate project.
It is.
It is.
Okay, all right,
Yeah, it
that's
is.
all.
Once the RFQ comes back, then we
Correct.
can plan.
We would basically
with
get that
vendor
company,
what the-
whoever we selected RFQ process, that's what I was talking about during the comments, that they would then be the person that we kind of look to for that 50,000 that would have the qualifications
All right.
to move forward with
That's
that.
It does seem like those two projects are somewhat related.
Well,
And
they
it
are.
would be good to make sure that Chen Moore is aware
Correct.
of what we're thinking there, what we're likely to go, what kind of expertise we're looking at.
Yep.
It's a little bit different than the planning one. It's more ecology, botany, or there is a bit of science to what you choose to put where.
And as Director Otters had mentioned, this is where you have those three components we're looking at doing now. We've got that RFQ, we're looking to actually bring in a company. Everything is coming together
Yeah.
at the same
No,
time. So
I
this
agree.
is what needs to happen. Like you mentioned also, when you're looking at grants, when you have all this stuff in
Right.
place and you have all this multifaceted, we're in a much better position to actually bring money in. So long time coming, but it's all coming together at the same time.
Okay,
which
we have
is-
some public comments. Andy Amoroso? I know we better hasten this project, and we're very chatty tonight.
Andy Amoroso, 101 Southeast Coast. You're talking about a lot tonight, and I've been there. I'm Chris McVoy's other green brother. The first piece of what's going on tonight, you're talking about spending $50,000 on trees. You haven't replaced the trees downtown. Trees downtown are dying. You really want some green canopy? Put those trees back in. We're just getting, mudslides where the trees used to be. And the plan that you're talking about tonight, you're spending a lot of money, and you don't have a leisure service director, you don't have an assistant leisure service director. You may want to take a step back and wait till you actually have people there. Mr. Waters made mention to, they're a little strapped. So I just think you need to step back a little bit. And as far as the $50,000, I know we're not talking about that, but you added it to this piece. What's the plan? Where are these trees going?
That's why we're doing the RFQ.
Exactly. And, maybe watch and see, there's a lot of children that play soccer there, and there's people that play Frisbee. You're maybe looking at putting trees and canopies where these people actually,
Well,
play.
that's-
So I think just step back for a minute and think about it. It's a lot of money. And again, I think Commissioner Malega, we should include her piece of the community. And we also need to look at, it was made mention, the schools. There's a lot of space at the schools, but if you look at the H Street Park, we put that in, and it's overwhelmed with homeless people and garbage, and we're not maintaining what we have. And that includes the green space, the trees. We're not maintaining the trees that we have. We've lost a lot in the downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Conboy? And then Peggy Fisher. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this issue?
I have one, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Tom Conboy, 30 South M Street.
Still
Business
there.
Center.
Still there,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes. So first off, I think this is the right way to go because of something that our interim city manager mentioned, grants. We are a strapped city. The more grants we can pull in, the more we can do for our city. And this is a base where we can pull more money into our parks. I would really like to see prices per capita of how much different cities in the area spend on their parks, and also how much grant dollars they bring into their cities, so that we know what we could be bringing in. I would highly encourage to include the waterways in this study, and I'm sure that you plan to do that. And I want to point out that Lake Osborne, for the most part, the perimeter walk is owned by the county and maintained by the county. The residents that abut to that, many are Lake Worth residents, and they pay Lake Worth taxes. And I really want to see an interaction with the city and the county to make that space maximum for us. So that's something I would love to see. I also want to see, we've got the access on the intercoastals that I want to have included. And I'm excited about this, and thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fisher? And we need to keep going.
Peggy Fisher, A Street. It is $225,000, where, as Mr. Amoroso mentioned, you don't have a leisure services director or an assistant leisure service director. You have taken Mr. Brown from his position that he was going to be part of this, now putting him into the city manager position, which leaves only of the people that were going to work on this, Mr. Waters. There are a lot of things going on in this city, a lot of things that haven't been addressed, that aren't being addressed. And this may be something that I don't disagree that it's a good idea, needs to be pushed a little bit of time down the way until you do have a new leisure services director, until you do have some staff, and you can handle some of the other things that you aren't handling, like maintenance of the pier and all the things that were pointed out in a report that needed to be done for the pier and the facility on the pier. Other things throughout the city that have been pointed out that need to be addressed and aren't being, just because we've moved on to the next, as one commissioner liked to say, big shiny thing. I'm all for the trees, the water, the green space. I live in a neighborhood that has one little park that's smaller than this room. So, as far as having parks, we don't really have one. But I think we need to think about what's already on the plate rather than putting more and more on the plate. And also, I think 10 years without reevaluating vendors is an awful long time. Vendors change. In 10 years, I'm sure there have been some changes, both in this vendor and in other ones that offer the same service, whether it's this service or some other service where the city uses the same vendor on a continuing contract. There should be some time frame for renewal of all those continuing contracts, rather than
Thank you,
just
that's
say,
time.
"We have them."
Thank you very much. Well, the good news is it'll be the consultants that'll be doing the work. Mr. Brown?
Okay, so just to address a few things, just to make sure everyone's clear. So I might have to confirm with Valentina, which is our assistant director for finance under procurement. But I believe legally it's 5 years. Is it every 5 years, William, for CCNA?
And it was misleading because Ms. Zacharias had a company that was absorbed by Chenmore, was called Zacharias and Associates. They've been through a competitive procurement process twice, and they came out on top, and so that's why they've been working with us for 10 years. And then they were absorbed by Chenmore, which recently, within the past year, went through a competitive procurement process. And so we've been through all that. It just so happens that the person who knows Lake Worth Beach the best happens to be the best standing person to hire to continue doing work in the city.
So they've been vetted recently, they've been
Correct.
approved recently.
Well, we do this process
Multiple
every
ways.
5 years, and it's the best process because we get the massive package. I think it was 69 this last time, between architecture and survey and engineering and civil and all these different categories, that we get all these massive proposals submitted and this huge matrix that we all have to fill out, whoever is on the evaluation team. So we have to go through that competitive process every 5 years. And Some change out, some don't, depending on who actually submits. So I just wanted to make sure that people understood this isn't someone we just had on board that we keep. You have to legally go through this process every so often.
Thank you.
So, yes.
Madam Clerk, you said we have a public comment?
Yes, I have one comment. It is from Sam Smith, 109 North Palmway. Regarding the proposal for a contract to create a master plan for open space recreation in the city, please address the fact that the children of Parrot Cove and College Park, east of Federal from Lucerne north to the canal between West Palm Beach and Lake Worth, have no playgrounds at all and zero open park space. Because we have no playgrounds and no open park space in an area that makes up a quarter of the city, our children are forced into an unsafe situation in which many children simply play in the streets. I've written to the city multiple times over many years, and yet there has been no change or response from city leadership and no proposal to address this serious problem and inequity. I have requested, as have many other parents, that the city add a playground to the clubhouse area at the Lake Worth Municipal Golf Course. The golf course clubhouse is a perfect spot for a playground. First, it is centrally located for these neighborhoods. Second, there is unused city land that is available. Third, there is available parking for residents. Please stop neglecting the families and children in the northeast section of this city. As a taxpayer, I am flabbergasted that the taxes so many families in this area pay does not go to facilities in our area of the city. Every single other section of the city has at least one playground, and many have multiple playgrounds and multiple open park space. This is the only area of the city that has neither. That's the end of my public comments.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Okay, up next is a consideration of an alcohol beverage distance waiver to allow package sales of alcohol beverages at 500 North Dixie Highway. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any presentation?
Not an overly complicated one, especially due to the hour. As you know, the commission is requested a while ago, and we may bring this back, that any package sales for consumption of alcoholic beverages off premises would come to you if it were too close to protected land use. This is the case here. There is an entity that will be doing concierge conservation of wine and providing services to that end, and they would like to be able to sell wine and wine only from their facility. So this alcohol distance waiver is only for the sale of wine to be consumed off premises.
Thank you. This is the Art Antiques and Design Showroom, the giant building that has great stuff in it. Do I have, did we do a motion?
Yeah, I have
Okay.
ma'am.
Oh, okay.
I have a condition on this approval, after speaking with Director Waters and finding out why we only have the approval as alcohol, what did we say it was?
Consumption off premises,
Yeah.
package sales.
We can change this and make this conditional for wine only and take out the alcohol and beer component, which was my concern. I don't know why as a city we don't have them separated, just like every other
The
place does.
request was for wine only, and that's all that's being approved. I mean, it's just, we don't have separate individual.
But you said the approval had to say for wine only, because our alcohol
Yes.
is alcohol. It's-
Right.
It's broad.
That's part of the
alcohol.
conditions we're requesting on this one, is that it be covering only wine.
So it's part of our conditional approval?
Yeah. Right.
Okay, so, because our alcohol policy is alcohol, beer, and wine. So I just want us to be mindful that maybe we need to look at that again and separate those two out for alcohol versus beer and wine. Because to me, those are two different worlds.
Okay. Mr. Diaz?
I'm not sure what a seller management company is. Clearly, I'm not the target audience, but this is a pretty cool project, it seems like. But my question to follow up on that for Mr. Waters, my understanding is package sales of alcoholic beverages off premises is a term of art for land use, so that's why it's titled that, right? I mean, they can ask for beer only, wine only, combination of both, but it's really just like a consistent.
It's not in our land development regulations section, it's in the alcohol beverage section. But the uses that allow alcohol sales are governed by the permitted use table in the LDRs.
And this is COP, this is consumption on premises.
They may have some consumption on premises, like, wine tastings and that sort of thing.
Right.
But that wouldn't be part of this. This is actually something they can sell this maybe collectible wine, and then it can be taken off premises and consumed somewhere else.
Okay. And there's going to be another one coming to us pretty soon about that.
There's probably going to be a third one.
Hey, the more businesses we have happy in the city, the happier I am.
I have one more question. So
Yeah.
do they have to abide by the 10 PM rule like we have across the city for package sales? Okay, are they aware of that?
I haven't
It's
spoken to them
said-
personally, but we make them aware of it if they haven't been.
It's in the text here.
It says 10 to 6, but I'm making sure that the person who's submitting this request knows, because, I mean, art shows tend to go late sometimes, and I have been there, it's a great gallery, but I want them to make sure that at 10 PM it's cut off.
Well, it says 10 p.m.
I understand what it says, but again,
It's 10 p.m.
reiterating it,
10 p.m.
it's 10 PM.
Let's beat that dead horse. Okay.
Trust me, the convenience stores in my neighborhood will beat us if everyone else is going at 10 PM.
And they still want later. Madam Clerk, are there any public comments?
I have no more comments this evening online.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Good luck. Let us know about the openings. They're really fun.
Before 10 p.m.
No, I love it. Okay, next up, and we're getting to the end, kids.
Ma'am.
Thank you for being patient.
Thank you. Take care.
I know. I voted for the 10th.
First reading of ordinance number 2024-04, adopting the Florida Building Code.
Ordinance number 2024-04 of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 9, Buildings and Structural Regulations, Article 1 in general, Section 9-2 Building Code adopted by adopting the 2023 Building Code, amending Sections 9-2.1 City of Lake Worth Beach Administrative Amendments to the Florida Building Codes adopted by adopting by reference the City of Lake Worth Beach Administrative Amendments to the Florida Building Code 2023 edition, of severability, the repeal, loss of conflict, codification, and an effective date.
Thank you. Well done.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a
Second.
second? All in favor?
Aye.
Are there any public comments, Madam? No, you have none. Okay. Okay. So that
Thank you very much, and I'm going to.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much, everyone.